Hello. Today is the day of nines. So it's the 9th of January 2019. This is my 99th stream. So if you're into coincidences, that's pretty cool, right? Maybe not as cool as if it was September 9, but yeah, not all the stars align at the same time for me. So today I'm trying to push towards getting this working where I have a server cluster for a game that I'm trying to set up. And I want it to be able to reconfigure on the fly, so like add or remove a server without taking everything down. And I'm going to have to, I'm pretty sure I need to establish a new state object for the server config and have the executor build it, and have the coordinator needs to somehow update its cache of the configuration whenever this is updated. So I'm thinking it's an object shared between the coordinator and executor. And that's one bit of work. Second bit of work, which is maybe a little bit more, is I need to update the messages between coordinator and orchestrator to change the configuration on the orchestrator. Orchestrators are responsible for starting and stopping servers. So first we need to have the coordinator build like a joint configuration that has both the new and old servers in it, in response to the start reconfiguration, and then that orchestrators need to get that in order to start the new servers but keep the old ones still running. And then when we get to the finish reconfiguration step, then we can just give them the new config, and then the old servers will be stopped. There's a bit of work here. The orchestrator doesn't actually accept configuration changes yet, and we need to change it so that it does. And we need to help build this joint configuration monstrosity, which makes me think maybe the orchestrator ought to have its own format for configuration that just has servers in it. But I have to think about that some more. It took me a little bit longer to get started today because I wasn't sure about this plan. So I was kind of ruminating over it for a while. So my apologies. So I'll probably wait until I get some viewers before I give a brief intro to what I'm doing. But if you happen to be watching this on YouTube, that link there, I know you can't click it, I'm sorry, but I have a notebook, and that link there brings you to this page that talks about the game. So I guess you could freeze right here if you're watching on YouTube and see what it's all about. Not yet playable, multiplayer game, retro 2D, and the key part of it, I guess, is multiplayer. So I'm doing this all from scratch, basically. So multiplayer means you have clients and servers, and I want to have multiple servers in a cluster for fault tolerance, and I'm using the Raft consensus algorithm to build this cluster. Every server has the same state. The algorithm ensures that we replicate the state, and that's pretty much it in a nutshell. So we have state replication, and we have basically all the Raft stuff is done, and I just need to update the other pieces in that diagram here, orchestrator, and then inside the realm server, this coordinator piece need to be updated to, and the executor as well, need to be updated to fully complete the reconfiguration process. So reconfiguration is you go from an old to a new config. So a configuration might be the number of servers and where they're running. So a change might be you have 4 servers and you add a 5th, or maybe you have 4 and you remove one, so you only leave 3 running. So you have the old config of 4 servers and then the new config, which is either 3 or 5, and you have to gracefully transition from one to the other. You can't just immediately use the new config because the server that was removed or added isn't in the right state. You have to get into the right state to do a smooth handoff. All right, so yes, I have updated the diagram in my document folder. So it used to be this. I didn't really have a place for the configuration. I'm still not quite sure if this is what I want, but this is what I'm going to go with for now, that there's a configuration object that's shared between a coordinator and executor. Executor is going to change it, and it's going to have some kind of subscription model like publish, subscribe, observer pattern, so that configuration coordinator can get a callback when the configuration changes. And we'll make sure that it only gives the callback once we know for a fact the configuration is saved. So Executor will first save the configuration file. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter. As long as the journal is written to disk, the Executor can then rebuild the configuration. As long as we wait until it's updated before Coordinator reaches in, we don't have that problem of erase. What I had before was Executor would independently write to a config file, and Coordinator would read from the config file at the same time. And I'm like, oh, that's the problem, because what if Coordinator reads first and then Executor writes? Coordinator might get the old version of the config, right? So to avoid that, I'm putting it into one file, which I guess kind of makes sense. It's where I'm putting the concern about config files or configuration. I'm kind of torn whether this object should be in charge of its file, the config file, or whether that's just something that's used to build this. I guess we'll see as I go what I end up liking. So actually, since I'm here, why don't I just this is what I do to update the diagram. I will well, you can do this easier in VS Code, right? Right click here, reveal and explore, and then I delete the old diagram. I drag the new one in there. It doesn't always go to the right place, so I have to move it and size it just right. There we go. And configuration's a new guy, so let's talk about what he does. Configuration. Written to by Executor. Read by Coordinator. This holds the current server configuration. Actually, let's not use the word configuration because we're defining itself. This holds the current server settings, such as what port numbers to use, what values for timeouts, what values to use for timeouts, etc., etc., etc. All right. There we go. So, at least for now, we have an extra box hitting here. It doesn't feel quite right, but then again, this stuff doesn't really kind of feel right anyway. I feel like this is over elaboration, and maybe I need to replace all of these with just a single box marked as state, and then I'll maybe have another diagram that breaks out what are the state objects. So the state objects right now would be configuration, and then all of this hierarchy, realm, zone, place, entity, and then all the things attached to it, which is really, that's the game stuff. Configuration is the server settings stuff. And I might combine configuration and realm because you could think about these as being combined together to be like top level settings. And part of the top level settings might be the name of the world, the players in the world, right? So this could be a top level object which has configuration attached, or vice versa, or something. I still haven't really decided. All right, so let's make that state object. Using test-driven development here, which I recorded a half-hour video about. Sorry. So yeah, Google Test Framework is what I'm using for test-driven development. So what I like to do is when I'm approaching a problem like this, where I need an object, I'll first write a test for one in the proper place. So Realm server is where I have all the different pieces of the server. And so let's make a new test suite for it. This one's a nice shell, so we'll copy that. So it'll be configuration test. All right, and then add it to the CMake. And let me quickly update CMake there. So we won't complain about that anymore, hopefully. And then let's go change it. All right. So this doesn't exist yet. We will make it exist. Cool. So what do we well, hold on. Let's make that. Let's establish that file. Kind of work backwards. Make a test, and then every time I add something from the test, then anything that doesn't exist, I kind of make a placeholder or fill it in to get the minimum to compile first. And then when we build, we run it. It should fail at first because there's no code to match, and then we fill in the code. That's a general flow of test-driven development. All right. To do. How about? There we go. And then yeah, we'll need a body as well. So more CMake stuff. This time in the app library itself. There's that. And that. Okay, and then rerun CMake. So these warnings go away. That. All right. Configuration. This should be class, right? And there, okay. We could have a public API for it, but I don't think we need one. This is the configuration component for the Realm server. What does it do? It holds all the mutable settings of the overall server, of the server overall. Actually, it's for the entire game, right? So it holds all mutable settings of the... It holds... I don't want to say all twice. It holds all the mutable settings of the game. Top level. Because things like where players are in the game is not at the top level. Alright, so no base class. Which means I don't think I need this, do I? Oh no, this is needed because I'm using the pimple pattern, right? Actually, should I use the pimple pattern? Yeah, I think we should. Hey, Riley Monkey, how's it going? Alright, good to go for that. I just noticed something. I didn't update the copyright year. 2019, that's right. You're sick today? I'm sorry. Get well soon. Take it easy. Take a breather. Okay. Yeah, this is nice boilerplate right here. I ought to just stash this away as like a new component boilerplate. Okay, so it builds. It doesn't do anything yet. And the first build of the day is always a long one, like 10 seconds or so. 11 and counting. 16.692. Wow. That's a long build time. All right, so what do we want this to do? Well, I think the executor needs to be able to set it. Right? The coordinator needs to be able to get it. Or maybe, I mean, either it needs to be able to get it or it receives it in a publish. So that says publish subscribe. Pub sub. pub sub pattern. All right, so get. We should be able. Hold on. Let's make let's have it start with something. This should be lowercase. Let's assume let's use set from setup. So let's assume that it takes a JSON. Okay, it doesn't really matter what's in it, so subject rally code name monkey status sick. All right, so when we set, well, I really should go in the other order because we'll use get. We'll use get to test set. So get. Let's actually take this and move it out and say this is initial settings. Const JSON value initial settings equals that. All right. So this is a very, very simple test because we can just expect it's equal to initial settings if we ask it to get. All right, and set will be we set it to something else. I expect it's different, so this is a arrange act assert. Arrange will be new settings. Well, act configuration dot set new settings. Expect this right here. Expect the new settings when we get it back. All right, so publish subscribe. We'll have the same kind of thing, only it actually doesn't matter. We don't need to do assert here. This assert will be different. So the arrange will be two things. So I think we'll just keep it simple. So we'll have a changed flag and we'll have a lambda function here. It just occurred to me we never use $sign in C++, do we? The $sign is like an underappreciated symbol. It can be part of a variable name, right? I can do that, for example, but it can't. It's not a symbol of its own right. Actually, does that even work? Yeah, I think $sign gets no love in C++. Oh no, I'm just being dumb. It needs a name. So on changed. Yeah, I think you can use it in not as the first character. Maybe you can. Okay, so you can use it for variable names. Maybe I should do that to give the $sign more attention. It just occurred to me we never use it. Every other symbol that I can think of we use somewhere, either in the compiler or in the preprocessor or as an operator, but $sign gets no love. Ever considered that? Question mark is used, but only in the tertiary operator. I guess backslash is sort of a black sheep child because it's only used in strings and to join lines. Anyway, enough of getting distracted. So this is very simple. Now we have a function that will set it to true. We just need to pass that function to the configuration. So subscribe unchanged. And let's have one for, actually, let's break this up to subscribe, unsubscribe. So when we subscribe, now when we set, we'll assert that the change was set. So expect true changed. Okay. Well, actually, I've actually filled this in first and then copied it here, right? Unsubscribe. In unsubscribe, we subscribe it first, and let's have it return something. Unsubscribe. Delegate. So that we can call it, and then expect this to be false. So if we call that function that's returned by subscribe and then change anything, it won't get called anymore. That's what that means. All right, so we have our test set up. So we got to fill in things to make it compile. Configuration, here we go. It's not that, it's just that. So, need JSON. And while I'm here, I might as well put in functional, because we need that as well. All right. JSON value. We don't really have to make a copy, do we? We can return a reference. Get const. And then set will be void set const JSON value. Settings. Then subscribe is unsubscribe delegate subscribe. On change delegate. All right, so some of these types we need. Using that equals, it's going to be a function that returns, takes nothing and returns nothing. So very simple. And then the other one is on change delegate. It's going to be a function that returns, it's actually the same thing, isn't it? Okay, let's comment these. Declare the type of delegate used to cancel a subscription. And then this one, declare the type of delegate used to publish the event that the configuration changed. And then get. Return the current settings. The current settings are returned. All right, it's ridiculously simple, but I needed, it's like a single point which will be accessed by two objects. So we need to have, the implementation will have to be a little bit careful. It'll have to have some thread safety in that. Actually, I should probably not even return a reference. It should return a copy. Because when we return, we can no longer hold a lock. And so it might get set as soon as we return from get. So yeah, we should return a copy. Okay, so we should say a copy of the current settings is returned. Set. Change the current settings. Let's call it new settings. These are the settings to set. Settings to set. These are the new settings for the configuration. All right. And then set up the given delegate to be called whenever the settings change. Okay, parameter on change delegate. This is the function to call, well, delegate. Delegate's like a more refined function. This is the delegate to call whenever the settings change. And then a delegate is returned, which, when called, will cancel the subscription. Alright, so we just need to provide like dummy bodies for these. We'll be able to build it and see the test fail, and then we fill in the actual code. That's get. Okay, set. Oh, it can't find it. Did I not run CMake? Come on, VS Code, get with the program. I added this file. All right, and then this one. And this has the distinction of I would have to do that. I don't like repeating that, so what I do is I do the new syntax where we put the return value on the right side, and we just return something that does nothing. All right, so that should build. And should see it in our test explorer now. Let's go ahead and run everything here. Right, so here are the new things we added. Get returns an invalid JSON. Set also, it depends on get, so it also fails. And subscribe, it never gets called. So this is all things we expected. So we obviously need to have some storage. All right, this is where the configuration items are stored. And then we'll need to be prepared to be thread safe. So let us make a mutex. Say this is used to serialize access to other properties in this structure. All right, and then in get we will make a lock guard of the type we need for the impl mutex called lock, and it's going to lock the mutex. Then we're safe to return the impl settings. So why do I have this impl thing, and why does it look like this? It's all described in the pimple pattern. There's a link for ya. Describe what pimple pattern means. So all of these are going to have the same kind of lock, right? Okay, so set. We have to be a little bit more clever here, because I don't want to call these delegates while holding the lock, because those delegates could come back in and call get, and that would be a recursive call. I'd have to make this a recursive mutex. It leads to all sorts of bad things. So I've set a general rule for myself that callbacks should not be called while holding any locks. So that makes it a lot simpler for the avoiding deadlocks and such and recursive calls, but it gives the additional work that I have to make sure that we handle the subscriptions a little bit carefully. But first, let's fill in the subscription. So we'll have, I guess we'll just have a, what? How did I do this in the other day? This would be in the journal, right? The journal has subscribers. Oh, right. I use this pattern. You have a map and then you have unique IDs, because the subscriptions aren't something that have they're not sortable. So we'll do the same kind of thing. This is the next identifier for ant. We have ants? What? Let's kill all the ants. So okay, only 2 places. And there we go. Oh. Actually, that means I'll have a 1 character change to journal. Let me get that out of the way. C smarts get C open dot. I don't really need the GUI for this, do I? I'll do it anyway. There's our 1 character change, stage commit, journal, fix typo and comment. Done and done. Map. We need to include map to get map. Map is a collection, it's like a sorted dictionary, where that's the key and that's the value. And the value in this case is going to be what? Configuration subscription. Keep it simple, on change delegate. On change subscribers. These are the current subscriptions to change events. So for the journal, what I did is I had a structure because I had 2 and possibly more in the future things you could subscribe to. And just to keep it simple, I'll let you subscribe to any or all at once. But this is a bit simpler, where I'm pretty sure I'll only have 1 kind of event. I could be wrong, and then if I'm wrong, I'll just go back to this kind of model where I have a structure. So right now it's just 1 thing. And actually, I can just copy from this guy's subscribe, right? Just save myself some time. This stuff here. So we don't need shared. We move in this delegate, and it's on change subscribers. Oh, okay, yeah, it's even more complicated. The delegate might live longer than this configuration item, so we need to have a structure for that actually holds this. That's what's shared, right? Right, so yeah, we'll call that configuration, call it shared properties. Yeah, I probably had the same thing in journal, right? Yeah. Whoops. Hit page down by mistake. And then, yeah, we have to put the mutex in there too. These are the properties of the configuration that are shared with other objects. They're separated out here so they can continue to exist even if the configuration is destroyed. So the mutex moves in there. And the change subscribers move in there. Right? This is used to serialize access to other properties. Actually, it's not just in this structure, to other configuration properties. Inaccessible? What? Oh, yeah, I forgot to do that. Public. Now it's accessible. Alright, so needs to put the shared in the impl, like this. And it's a shared pointer to it, which means I need memory. Not for my computer or my brain. I need memory in my include set. Okay, here we go. These are the properties of the configuration that are shared with other objects. Yes. Okay, so then this, yeah, this further gets moved down to shared. Yeah, so the idea is we make a weak pointer to it that we put into the unsubscribed delegate so that this unsubscribed delegate doesn't prevent the configuration from being destroyed, but still allows us to get back to it if it's not destroyed. And we need to get back to it because we need to erase the subscription from the subscribers, which is on-chain subscribers. Hopefully that makes sense. We don't want to return a pointer to ourselves or a strong reference to ourselves because configuration might not live as long as this function that we're returning. The function needs to handle the case. This return is actually going to happen if you try to unsubscribe after destroying the configuration. So it has to live, this whole thing has to live longer than configuration. So it means we can't access the configuration class or any of its direct properties. We can only access the ones that are held through a shared pointer. This pattern is pretty common in my code, and I could probably use this as a nice example of how to do just the minimum boilerplate you need. Come to think of it, without this configuration thing, the rest of it becomes like maybe a base class. Base class? That I might be able to reuse. I need to think about that. Maybe not a base class, but maybe more like a utility you can bring in through composition to handle subscribe pattern. All right, so the last of this is to do the set. So there's going to be two phases. So it's going to be change settings, publish on change. So hold on, let's put this into impl because they're private. So the change settings is going to lock the mutex. The publish on change, actually they're both going to, aren't they? I want to try to do it so that I don't have to do anything funky with the mutex. Let's just write it out here and let's see if I'll write it out here and then see if I can reduce it. So lock guard keeps it locked for the whole duration of its lifetime, so I can't use that. I need to use unique lock so that I can unlock it at a certain point. So while locked, we will go into the settings and overwrite them. Then we will unlock the mutex. Actually, before we do that, we need to swap out, or we need to get a copy of the changes. Right? So let's make a type for that. On change subscribers capital is this. Declare the type of collection used to hold onto subscriptions. The keys are unique identifiers assigned when the subscriptions are made. The values are the delegates to call whenever the settings are changed. There we go. So the idea is we want to get a snapshot of who is subscribed at this point. So it would be current subscribers. We'll actually make a copy. That's the best way to do it. What did I do in journal? I think in journal, where is it done? It was a little bit more elaborate. I formed a queue of things to call and then called them. Either way, we're forming a new collection, right? So this is maybe just a different approach. reach in and copy the subscribers list, then we can unlock, and then here we'll iterate. So for const auto current subscriber in the current subscriber. So it's important that after unlocking the mutex, we don't access anything that is protected by it. So that's why I arranged this one outside, and then this is also outside, so we're safe. So current subscribers, current subscriber second, a dot second, I guess. And then we just pass in, we just don't have to pass anything. That's right, we expect that they'll call us back and call get. Cool. Let's see if that works. All right, so does get work? Get works, set works, subscribe, unsubscribe. Cool, so it all works. Check that bad boy in. Let me check in this diagram change first. I thought this thing had a picture comparator. Thought I saw that in SmartGit's feature list that you could compare images. Where would that be? I don't see it anywhere here. Well, that's a shortcoming because I think I could see that in Get GUI. Oh, maybe not. Or maybe it was some other tool I was looking at that could do picture comparisons. Anyway, I wanted to stage those separately. So, update arch diagram. Well, add configuration to arch diagram. There we go. Okay, now this is all about adding it, right? Yep, so stage that. Add configuration component. Okay. We established it. So let's have the executor build it. And it needs to be shared, so it's a dependency that needs to be injected in to Executor and Coordinator. So Executor first. Why not? Go to the Executor's tests. See, configuration built from file. Okay, so it could be purely from a file, it could be purely from the journal, and it could be a mixture of both, correct? Well, let's say that an initial configuration is always required. So then the only two things to build are built from file plus journal. So it's file only, file plus journal. So those are the building ones, and then I guess it's changed on actually, I guess this really, we can't just build it from the journal. We can only do it once entries are committed in the journal. So configuration updated from journal. Built from file and then updated from journal. Seems good, right? Okay. We had it start up, right? We had to start with answer is 42. Okay, so the arrange would be, well, the assert is that we can ask it for the configuration, and the answer should be 42, right? So, actually, no, it's now a dependency on setup, right? So we're part of mobilize, right? Actually, how many places is mobilize called? Maybe I need to make that a helper. Yeah, let's make that a helper. So mobilize, just mobilize, right? Actually, why do I have expects everywhere? I don't know. Let's just have it return. No, I'll have this one be special. And these ones are not special. This one will just be mobilize. And we'll explicitly say we don't use that. So I have a command that explains why I do that. And then we'll just call that everywhere we used to call it. Yeah, try to make arrange sections of unit tests just set up and so they don't have any assertions. Okay, so that's here too. So let's mobilize has got to be a little bit different now because we need to actually set up a mock configuration. Or really, maybe we can just leverage the full configuration object because it's simple. I'm inclined to do that. So configuration, and that's from Realm server. Actually, we have to because, right, I decided a little bit ago it doesn't have a public API. It's a concrete-only object. Yeah. Configuration. Right? Okay. So, yeah, we're going to change the mobilize needs to pass two things now. The journal, which we mock, and then the actual configuration. So, did I call it the wrong name? No, it's there. Oh, because I haven't changed mobilize yet. Yeah. Oh, I have configuration overloaded. Actually, you know what we can do? We can move this out to setup. We can say configuration.set. It's shared, right? Set this, set that, please. And then everywhere this is used, we can call get. Yes, okay. So this becomes mock journal and configuration. All right. So we built it from a file. That would mean I actually need the file to have something different in it. So yeah, let's write something different in the file. Before we mobilize. File is committed configuration file. The new thing is JSON object, where the answer is not 42, but it's 85, because everyone knows the answer should be 85. And then we'll mobilize. Actually, mobilize is the act, isn't it? So the assert is that the answer is now 85. So expect equal 85 for the answer. So the answer is we ask the configuration to get, and then we index answer. Okay, now updated from journal. Oh, I think I need to say that as an int. Too few arguments. Too few arguments. Why? I don't know. Let me think about that. I need to take a break for just a minute or two, alright? I'll be right back. And when I come back, I'll fix that, and I'll fill in the rest of the tests, and we'll keep going. I'll be right back. I'm back. Spooky. All right. Ah, that's right. I can't do set, it's get. How come no one told me that? I guess no one's watching. That's fine. I get more work done, I think, when, well, no, that's not true. There's pluses and minuses for not having a lot of chat. A plus would be I get to stay focused more. Minus would be I might get focused too much on the wrong things. And I'm not getting as much feedback, so pluses and minuses go all around. But yeah, guys, feel free if you see something silly that I do like that, you can always put in chat, why did you call set when you meant to call get? Configuration updates from journal. So here we don't write it to the file. We're going to mobilize it and then have the mock journal pretend to apply and then commit it. So, excuse me, the arrange will be that, and instead of write, it will be to mock journal append publish new entry event. That's right. And the entry, we need to actually form an entry out of that, don't I? Right, I did it up here. So this is what we're gonna, this is the same thing actually. The same thing. Only instead of Right, actually that's exactly the same thing. When that happens, we should see 44. This number here, all right? So build that. Okay, it doesn't work yet because I did not update mobilize. Let's do that. So executor. Here? No. Nothing in the public API. Which makes me think I might not need a public API. It might just need the degenerate cases where I don't need anything here and I just delete it and remove this part and then keep going. Keep it there for now just in case. Okay, so now we have two dependencies, right? The journal and then we have the configuration. All right, so this is the object through which the server configuration is shared amongst server components. Okay, and then we need to include that. All right, and then we'll take that and add it to the implementation. Why do I have this kept for use later? It's not in charge of this. I know that's not true anymore. Executor doesn't have state, does it? Doesn't have persistent state. I think it's if I felt like later it needed to have persistent state. Configuration file. How is that tracked right now? Oh, it's just put up here. So why do I have it there? I don't know. I think I can delete all that. I think I don't need this anymore. All of our state is shared, and our state consists of configuration files, mutex, and then we'll need to hold on to the configuration too. Realm server configuration. Okay, and then this, actually this gets passed into mobilize now. Yay! I think we want to store it before we subscribe to the journal, so share impl shared configuration equals configuration. And then do we have a demob? We don't have a demobilize. Shoot, we need one. Because how do we know when to let go of the journal? I guess we let go and we're dead. Mobilize once, let go and we're dead. Fine, all right. Simpler approach. So that's going to expose another couple places where it's not working, right? Because, oh, what's this? I hate it when I get into these libraries. It means I'm not using the library correctly anymore. And it takes a while of looking through this error message chain to find out where in my code I'm doing it wrong. So here's where I'm doing it wrong. 253. Oh, right. So the configuration is now an object. So it's going to be configuration get. Right? Actually, this is going to be... I can't use that anymore. Right. Let's call it old configuration. Because we have to stash it before, because this will now change it. So let's stash it up here. Okay. next place. Oh, I was expecting it to break in the main program, but I think it doesn't because right now we don't actually use the executor for real. Yeah, we actually don't have an executor in the real realm server, which means that the configuration files will never actually get updated. That's not a problem for now, but it'll be a problem soon. I think what we do is we just set it up just like we're setting up the journal and stuff, but the coordinator doesn't have direct access to it. We just set it up and it shares the journal and the configuration. Right? Anyway, let's rerun these tests. So the executor should fail now. Right, so it's not built from the file, and it's not updated from the journal. It'd be cool if I could like click on that and go to that line. If anyone knows about an add-on that'll do that, what I want to do is like right click on that and say go to that line. Or better yet, double click, or like go to error line. Jump, like go to next error line or something. But I don't think, next problem. Yeah, see, I don't think it works. It's only for build, and I know about that build error. With these runtime errors, I have no way to go directly. I have to like look at that line number and say, okay, it's on line 318, now go to that. The old school way. Okay, so this is failing because it is not updating the configuration from the file. So all that Mobilize does right now is subscribe to the journal, and really I ought to make that a helper. Let's do that. So this will be impl subscribe to journal. Subscribe to journal. We'll do all that stuff. So these are properties, methods. I already had it in my clipboard. And that has all this stuff. Oh, interesting. That's a mistake there. Oh no, hold on. That's okay. It's inside of a lambda expression, not the main function. We're still good. All right. So this, we remove the impulse from it, and we should be good, right? And we're holding on to the journal, I hope? We're not. We should. Yeah, let's hold on to the journal. Don't know why. Oh, there was no reason to hold on to it before because we were just subscribing and then holding on to the we weren't even holding on to the unsubscribed delegate. We were just hoping the journal would stay around. Okay, this is documented here, right? Here we go. Realm server. Okay, so we're going to hold on to that. Chat is very quiet today. Maybe no one watching today. Okay. All right. Document this sucker. Set up delegates for the journal. Set up and subscribe delegates for the journal to call whenever log entries are appended or committed. Sounds good. So now we're going to add something, right? We're going to build configuration. Or really, it's load configuration. Oh, hey there, Gadam. I'm doing great. It's been a very quiet day. How's your day been going? I'm adding a new component today, which I realized last night I needed. Where is that picture? Where are you, picture? Get over here, picture. Shoot, where'd I put it? Oh, it's under doc. Doc. So, I kind of realized late last night that I need an object that's accessed from the coordinator and the executor that kind of holds the configuration in a thread-safe way so that when the executor writes to it, it can call back the coordinator and say, hey, we've written the config file. And this is now our first server state object. I might fold it into the other state, but for now it's its own standalone thing, and it's kind of cool. Very simple component. Yeah, so this component is really simple. So it's a really great example of a couple things. So oh, I already closed it. Shoot. Diagram, come back. It's accessed from two different components, and we don't know what thread context we might access them from. So we're accepting the worst, and that we need to serialize access. So we use these lock guards and unique locks to protect things. So get is pretty simple. Our state is pretty simple too. It just has a JSON value, and set is a little bit more complicated because we have to sample who's currently subscribed, and then we got to go through and let them know that it changed. Subscribe is even more a little bit complicated because, again, we lock the mutex, we get a new ID, we set the subscription, and then we have to set up a callback if they want to unsubscribe. And we have to use a weak pointer because we don't want this function we return to prevent the configuration itself from being destroyed. And the subscription could last longer than the configuration itself if it's being called when configuration is being destroyed, for example. So when it is called, we recover the configuration, and if it's already been destroyed, we return early. Otherwise, we remove it. So this mechanics is a kind of what I have to have in a lot of components, but here it's shown in a very simple example where the only thing that this class configuration is holding onto is a single JSON value. And I've been thinking about turning this into a reusable utility. So something that would give you the machinery you need to allow you to subscribe to changes and safely call callbacks to let things know when changes are made, and then have a thread safe get and set. So yeah, and the unit tests are pretty simple too. They're pretty understandable. So Rally Monkey is not feeling well today. So I said, well, let's have a configuration where he's sick, and set is where we make him well. And we expect set and get our could be matched up. And then the subscribe thing is where when we set, we expect our callback here to be called. So, and then we can unsubscribe before we set, and we don't get the callback. So that's what I've done so far this morning. And now I'm kind of integrating it into the executor. So when the executor first mobilizes, it should load the configuration object with whatever's in the file. So for right now, it's writing the file whenever finish configuration is called, but it's not reading its initial state. So we're going to add that. Load configuration. Let's do it. Okay. Set the server settings. Well, set the settings. I don't know how that sounds. Set the settings based on what is currently stored in the configuration file. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to steal from its unit tests. I have the, where is it? Read JSON from file. So we can just return early if, and the file is, we gave it a big name, didn't we? Committed configuration file. This is a naive implementation. This is also where we're going to have to handle, if we crashed while updating configuration, we might have to restore from backup. And actually, let me set up use cases for that so I don't remember. So that I don't forget. So a use case would be restore from backup if config missing. Hey there, Gillywop. I'm okay today. How are you doing? I'm just setting up use cases for different situations. So if our configuration file is missing when we start up, we should restore from backup. Let's say that there is a new configuration. Do we just drop it? If there's an old and a new? I think we don't do anything. But I should have a case later where we do not update it if it's old. So do not update configuration from journal if entry is old. So we might replay the journal, and we don't want to apply a configuration change more than once because that doesn't make sense. And we might accidentally roll back the configuration, which would be bad. So in other words, the configuration is going to be versioned by the journal index. So we don't want to roll it back by accident. So I'll do those later. I'm just doing the naive implementation for now. Why does it not like this? Did I put that in shared? I did. Okay. If we can't open it, we're just returning for now. And maybe I should just mark here to do. Here is where we might restore from backup. Okay, and then we're getting the size. This whole thing. Size of it, and then we're reading it. And instead of returning, we are asking our configuration to set that. Whoops. Hey there, Romania Hate. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? Oh, I should also give a wave to Gillywop. Interesting name. Or is it Gillywop? I've heard it pronounced both ways. Gilly. Starting your computer science degree tomorrow. Nice. Have fun with that. Does anyone know how to ping on Windows on a specific port? Ah. You have to remember, if we're talking about ICMP, there is no port number. This came up on Adam's Discord a couple days ago, right? The only protocols that have port numbers are UDP and TCP, and maybe some others, but ICMP doesn't have a port number. But if you mean ping, like a certain kind of ping, like send a UDP message, then I don't know about a program that does that. But you could write one pretty quick using sockets. But yeah, ICMP doesn't have port numbers. Maybe we can do a little side discussion of that. So if we look on ICMP protocol is used for ping, right? Let's look at what's in it. There is a type, a code, checksum, rest of header. So there you can see there's no port number. This sits right on the IPv4, which also doesn't have a port number, just an address protocol, which would be ICMP. The things that do have port numbers would be like UDP or TCP. If you look at those, they have the port number. So, yeah. Not like this. So it sounds like, if you're talking about port numbers, it's probably UDP or TCP, and you'll probably need a special program for that. Telnet would work for TCP. if a ping is just to make a connection. Oh, thanks for following, Jilly Wop. Port forwarding, yeah. Try something like Telnet. Right, Telnet will just establish a TCP connection. There's probably also programs out there that people have written. It's actually a good, it's a good program for someone learning networking, like as an exercise. Just write a little program that sends a UDP packet or makes a TCP connection, given a port number. You're getting E connection reset from WebSocket. Oh, that would be, it's not, it's just closing your connection or not accepting it. If you already have something set up to make the connections, have you tried Wireshark to look at what's going on? And VM stuff can get a little tricky too, because of course the networking is virtualized too, and so it's not always possible to see what's going on. I would try Wireshark to see what's going on, and then just look for a program that can just make UDP packets or TCP connections. Yeah, sorry, I don't have anything directly to help you. Although that would be, again, that would be a fun little project if you're learning networking to do. Make a little program that just opens socket connections and tries to send stuff. Good luck with that. That should be good for load, right? This should pass some of our tests now. Hey, look at that. It passed that one. The update won't work though, right? Yeah, that still fails. But look, we passed one test. I don't like how it kind of grays. I don't know why it grays those out, actually. Oh, because they're new. That's right. We've never run them before. I kind of want to run them all to make sure I didn't break anything. I'm getting used to running tests in this Test Explorer. All right, so now we just need to update from the journal. So we already have a spot where that's happening, right? And up here. So this is where it's applied, but I think we don't want to actually, right, the rule is not to actually save it until it's committed. Oh no, this is all in commit. Never mind. Right, start, we were writing a different file though. So I think we will not update the configuration at that point. We do it on finish, right? So it would be here. And after it's been written. So shared. No, we're already, oh, yeah. Share configuration, yeah. Set, right? And then we set the, here's where we have to load it. I think I'm going to need a helper to do this. Let's make a helper. Actually, we can have the same helper we had in the unit test, right? This one. Let's just put them in here. Actually, where are we? We're in the shared properties of the executor. Okay, fair enough. Actually, this is a free function. Let's make him completely free. Be free, function, be free. I just need to document him. Read the entire contents of the given file and parse it as JSON, returning the value parsed, if any. File. This is the file to read. Return. The parsed JSON value is returned, and then we'll have a special ret val of it's the equivalent of JSON value. A default constructed JSON value, which has a special invalid type. In parentheses, I need to wrap it. Is returned if there is any issue reading or parsing the file. I'm kind of keeping it simple. If there's any problem at all, we return an invalid JSON. Actually, I shouldn't be just throwing away the return value of read either. I should say if that is not equal to the buffer's size, then it's a problem, right? Otherwise, the from encoding will do the same thing. If it's not valid, it'll return the default constructed. Okay, so now that we have that, there's two places I can use that from, right? So there's here. Committed. Yes. Oops. There we go. Oh, I think we already are in shared. That makes more sense. Okay. Then the other place is down here in load configuration, right? So here, what I'll do is I'll say const auto configuration as JSON. Oh, hold on. Don't want to set it if it couldn't be read. So maybe I want to do the same thing. So if I want to do the same thing from both, I really should have another helper for this. Let's call it update configuration. Or load. Maybe I'm just ending up promoting that guy. Yeah, let's promote him. Load configuration. And then just load configuration does that already, right? Yeah, it does that. Only I can leverage the other helper. Yeah, this is what I intended to do from the beginning is... No, didn't intend to do it from the beginning. That would be pretentious, right? This is what I'm realizing I should be doing. Const auto configuration as JSON equals read JSON from file, and then we will read this file. If it is, we ask its type. If its JSON value type invalid, then we're just going to return. And here's where we might do some backup. Actually, let me think about it. If we're here, it shouldn't fail. So we never really need to worry about, okay, I guess it's possible it could fail. The move could fail. The writing of the new one could fail. I guess we do want the backup procedure to be invoked there as well. So yeah, so it just becomes, we just reduce this step here, right? Set configuration as JSON. And then this gets promoted to be a property, a method of the shared, right here. Well, thanks for the follow, TT7N4. Sounds like a bot name. Interesting name. Okay, so they just call it from both places. Let's try it out. What could go wrong? Plenty of things could go wrong, but let's try it anyway. It didn't work. Let's debug. So I will set a breakpoint somewhere here. Actually, let's put it inside of finish where it should go, right? And we'll, maybe it has to do with that this one doesn't exist. Maybe my test isn't right. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's only start. Shoot. We need to do the finish. Where's the test where we write it? There it is. Okay, yeah, this is what I needed. I had the wrong journal event going on. There we go. Let's try it now. Bloop bloop, you're not a bot. It's not a bad name. It's just one that doesn't have a word pronunciation. That is fine. I can't pick any good names myself, so I can't recommend anything better. I'm kind of curious why you picked that name though. Like, is it just random numbers and letters, or is that a reference to something? Is that leet speak? The 7 is sometimes an L, and 4 is sometimes an A. That still doesn't seem to add up to a word. Anyway. I'm sorry, I'm picking on you. I shouldn't be doing that. I apologize. I apologize most profusely. Accept my apology, please. Alright, we're passing all our tests, so we're done with the executor for now. I'm going to go check that stuff in. Executor now will build up this config file for us, or the config object for us. So the changes are, including the configuration with the executor's tests, we moved it from a JSON value to, we set it up to go in the formal object right there. We're now adding giving the configuration to the executor. So yeah, in one test we had to save what it was because this will could cause it to change. Actually, it won't, will it? Because it's just start, but just to be safe. And then we added a whole new test to make sure it's built from a file, and another one that it's updated from journal commits. And then some cases I'll get to later. All right, and then the source. Right, the executor now also reads from files. It holds onto the journal and the configuration. We can load the configuration when we finish reconfiguring, and down here when we reverse mobilize. Looks good to me. And this just got moved. That's why it looks like a diff. Just a random name, okay. No meaning, got it. You can create a meaning around it. You get really popular and it will have its own meaning. It'll mean you. So there you go, you're creating meaning. It will mean something when you get really famous. Sorry, that came off wrong. It means something now because it means you. All right, so executor. Yes. Integrate. Actually, we can just say integrate configuration with executor. That's horrible. There we go. Executor loads configuration on mobilization. Executor, let's just say load configuration on mobilization. And update configuration when final finish reconfiguration is committed. And then add some placeholders for more advanced use cases to be handled later. Not that much later, probably pretty soon. Because this one we're going to see right away because the journal is just going to constantly get written to, and we don't want to reapply old reconfigurations, so probably run into this very soon. All right, so but that for now. Next step is coordinator should updates configuration cache whenever this is updated. All right, so we're switching to coordinator. And by the way, if people haven't seen it, there is a notebook you can peruse. It brings you to this page, which is sort of like a landing page talking about what I want to use this for eventually. So what kind of game? I'm trying to make a multiplayer game. But for now, for the next month or so, I'm just doing server backend stuff. Since it's a multiplayer game, we need a server. And for fault tolerance, I decided to have copies of the server. They all have the same state of the game, and we keep them in sync using the Raft consensus algorithm, which I recently implemented. So inside of each server, the Raft algorithm requires that changes to the state of the server are serialized as a sequence of commands. And the first state I wanted to hold on to was configuration. So changes to the configuration would be like adding a server or removing a server from the cluster. And working on today, established that configuration component, and then now we just hooked it up to Executor, so it will read and write it. And now I'm trying to hook up the coordinator part. And the coordinator, instead of being told its configuration, it's just going to ask the configuration object, hey, dude, what's my configuration? And whenever it changes, it'll receive a callback, and then we'll eventually I'll support it doing things like changing its settings whenever you change the configuration. But for the first go around, I just want to get it to where I can change the shape of the cluster. Let me show you guys the cluster in action. It doesn't do much, but the log is kind of interesting. So when I run the orchestrator, it's set up, the configuration is 3 servers, so it launches them. They all load, and they're forwarding all their diagnostics to the orchestrator, so we can see them all kind of collated here. And they're just first come, first serve. Whenever we receive a message, we print it, so they might not be in order. Depends on delays and stuff. But I have the Raft algorithm implemented so that now the 3 servers, 10, 11, and 12, are using the algorithm to figure out which one of their numbers should be leader. So leader is important because you need a single point of decision for exactly what changes happen to the state. The leader's in charge of being the first to apply the change to its log and then replicating that change to the followers. And then once a majority of the servers have the change in their log, then it's considered committed, and then we can basically write it to our permanent state, to our database, that kind of thing. And so I've got a couple of things implemented. For example, if I were to kill the leader server, which is what, 11.9.24? Put that there. So if I kill him, 2 things happen. The remaining servers 11 and 12, they figure out who should be leader now that 10 is dead, and so 12 got elected. The election process is basically whichever one times out first and raises the election usually wins, but the Raft algorithm, the intro site on Raft GitHub.io describes it pretty well. So that happens, and then next the orchestrator server, which its only job is to watch the health and start servers if they die. It sees, oh, it died. It relaunches it, and then that server, the new incarnation of 10, rejoins the cluster as a follower, because 12 is the new leader. So that's pretty cool. There is, the only state right now is the persistent state of Raft, and that we can see if I do a cat on orchestrator, and if I go to any one of these realm servers, we look at the Raft file. So it remembers what term of Raft it's in. Term increments whenever there's a new election for leader. And then every server remembers who it voted for. So 10 voted for 12. So if I were to look at it like 11, it also voted for 12, and so did 12. So it was a unanimous vote for leader. And we're working on the state for the configuration. There is no journal yet. The configuration is sort of hard-coded in there. So I'm kind of moving it to where it has to have something to start with, but once it's started, we can update that from the Executor. The game journal will start to hold entries like change configuration from 4 to 5 servers. So we'll be able to see those commands accumulate there, hopefully by the end of today. And yeah, the other files are like for SSL, there's the private key and the certificate. And there's the realm server's executable. So, yep, that's what I have so far. No game yet, but building up the back end of the server cluster. And we're moving on to coordinator tests right now, right? So coordinator test is pretty long. 3,400 lines. I think I need to refactor it because a lot of the tests have the same kind of setup, and the setup is a bit involved. But for now, what exactly are we expecting? We want it to update its configuration cache whenever the configuration object, the new state object, is updated. Let me look at the public API. How would we know what its configuration is? This we have to change. Actually, I'm going to add to the plan. So yeah, let's change that. So coordinator should get its configuration from the configuration object rather than needing a iCoordinator configure method. So that's basically remove this function, and instead, when we mobilize the coordinator, we should actually pass in a configuration object. Maybe I'll do that first. Okay, let's do that first. Why not? It's gonna hit a lot of places though, unless I refactor it now. Mobilize, right? Where is mobilize called? Yeah, see, this mobilize is called everywhere. Maybe it's time to refactor this guy. Let's do it. Let's refactor mobilize first. So we're refactoring the test framework, which means I go into the fixture for the test, which is this pull back, and it's in here. This is the fixture for the test. So common properties, common setup, and here's some methods. Let's make a new method called mobilize server. And we'll put that in there. And it has this argument which is sometimes different. If I go through and I search for that, you'll see that. How come this? Oh, search is on regular expression, that's why. So sometimes it's 0, and sometimes it's not 0. I get far enough down. There it's 1. There it's 2. So sometimes that number is different, and that number is instance index. So let's make it parameterized. Instance index, and let's just have a default to 0, and then we'll use it here. Okay, now everywhere that's called, we can... Oh, hold on. This is special because it actually checks the return value, whereas this one we don't care. I leave that one as is, and I just refactor these ones out. So we're going to replace all that with... what? Oh, that's already. So we keep that. Here we replace it. This is going to be a lot of places, actually. I'm wondering if I could search replace this easier. Can you do search replace with multi-line? No, not really. Oh, I know what I can do. I can do that and then do Control-Shift-L and then paste. That hit a lot of them. Oh, it also got rid of what my clipboard had. Mobile, yeah, so it won't have changed these non-zero ones. Mobilize. My printer is deciding it should recalibrate now. It's really weird. Making a lot of noise. Okay. Actually, let's put that in the clipboard. No, this in the clipboard. And then search replace all of that. Oops. Enter. There we go. And there's the 2s, right? There we go. Actually, that wasn't so bad with the multi-select thing in VS Code. Let me just make sure they didn't break anything. Run, 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 little tests. Not too bad. It's like 4 or 5 seconds to run all the unit tests. If it gets much longer, I probably will break it up. Alright, so now that we've done that, we have a single... Most of them go through here, and then we can add the new object, right? So we're going to have a configuration object. Be part of our framework here, and it's not a mock, it's a real deal. Not this guy. Here we go. I'm going to steal from here. Where'd I put it? Here. And paste it here. I guess it's time to remove all these comments. I used to comment every declaration, but I'm thinking these days it really doesn't make sense to comment test framework stuff. So you can see I didn't do it here. Because I'm never going to run Doxygen on my test framework. And that's really what I gear comments for these days, is if I run Doxygen later. Yes, we need to include the right header. This one. Right there. So now we have a configuration, right? What's wrong here? I'm seeing a red squiggly. Oh, it went away. Never mind. So we have configuration there. So we will replace what I had, this old one. So I'm just going to remove that. See what is affected by that. A lot of things, okay. It's mostly in the configure. We're going to remove that anyway. Yeah, let's remove that. We don't need that anymore. So delete that line. Okay. Okay, there's only a few places left. Okay, so there's setup. So here I will just do a const auto, or wait a minute, I can just push this directly into the configuration, right? So configuration set, and then just that. And then as ugly as it is, indent it one more. Not too terrible. Okay, so configuration is set there. This test is now invalid. I don't need it anymore. Goodbye. And then okay, let's fix all these other places that broke. Okay, we're gonna change the configuration. How many places is that done? Couple places. Okay, so what I think I'm gonna do is I'll do an auto configuration config as JSON or settings. Settings is a nice word I came up with there for the JSON version of configuration. So that's configuration get, and then setting. We modify the settings, and then we configuration set it. Like that. So I'm going to apply that pattern to all the other places that are broken. Make sure that that is preserved. This is just tweaking the admin log threshold for a few of the tests. Okay, that's special. Those all like that? Yeah, okay, so these are... Okay, yeah, no, this is a little bit easier. It's configuration get. I can maybe replace that in all these other places that are different. So one kind of test to make sure that your design is pretty solid is that you can do these kinds of changes and it doesn't cause a lot of ripples throughout your system. If it does, then it's kind of a sign that you had a weak point in your system. So far, this isn't too bad. So the points where it would break, if it's fragile, the design that is if you had to do a lot of changes to the test framework to get it to compile. Second point would be where you break a lot of tests. Hopefully I don't break a lot of tests with this change. So a lot of things did rely on a configuration, so there are a lot of a lot of lines did change here. And so I want to pass it in here now. That's the main new change to the feature, so that it won't compile until I change its interface. Oh, and I wanted to remove the configure function. There we go. It's gone. We don't need JSON. We don't need any of these other things, actually. We don't need anything. Look at that. All right, coordinator. We might actually discard the public API. We might not even need it. So here's where we're going to add configuration. And just like in the Executor, I can copy the comment I made. There we go. And then configuration won't be defined until I include it. Configuration. Okay, and so compiler directed changes. Just compile and see where it broke. Ah, yes. We're depending on transitive includes, so let's fix that. That's WebGate. Hi, WebGate. Hey there, DeToys. How's it going? How are you doing today? What do you think about DDD? What's DDD? Are you talking about the debugger? Or is that something else? And how do I usually structure my project? You can kind of see it in here, although let me show a more generic one that's easier to see all of the things. So I like to have a README file, a license, a CMake list because I use CMake. The domain-driven design, I don't know it. I'm sorry. I'm still learning test-driven development. Domain-driven design, I'm not familiar with. But yeah, anyway, I structure the project into components where each component is in one library, and a library can have one or more components. So a very simple library would be my URI library. It has one component. So readme, CMake lists, and then there are 3 directories, right? Unit tests have their own CMake and source only usually, and then I usually have at least one test suite for in here, and it's usually one for each class. So I have 3 different classes, I guess. And so usually that's matched up with the source. So URI test goes to URI, character set test goes to character set, that goes to that. And then if I have internal components, their headers go directly in the source. If not, their includes go into this 2-step thing. I like to have the package name be in the includes, so you know what library it's in. So this reminds me that all of these components are in the Realm server. These are in Raft. And I do that by having the second level directory. And so yeah, that's how I structure my projects. Hey there, KHPS official. Switch to VS Code and you love it? Great. So I don't know if this the toys answers the question about how I structure the project, but that's literally how I structure the files in the project. And then these libraries kind of get assembled together through my CMake lists as add subdirectories. And then when components have dependencies, you'll see them in the CMake lists under target link libraries. I heavily lean on CMake to define my dependencies and the structure of the build system, and it's worked out pretty well for me. There's a steep learning curve at first, but after a while, you start to reap the benefits. With this one description of this component, I can build it on Windows, Linux, Mac, Raspberry Pi, anything that supports the tools. So it's really nice. Yeah, great. Where was I? Oh, coordinator test. Yeah. Right, I had included the thing it was missing. So that's probably good now. One thing I don't like about VS Code, at least the way I have it set up with CMake, is these red squiggly lines persist. It says iWebGate is undeclared, even though I added the include, and I have to actually recompile for those to go away. See, now it went away, and now I have a new error. All right, this doesn't exist anymore, so remove that. You can see that that red squiggly doesn't go away. I wish I could get that fixed, but I can't, so I don't stress too much about it. So configure goes away, right? Mobilize, it's really unhappy about it because I added a parameter and I didn't put it in the impl. This one. This is a lot of parameters, isn't it? When I get to this many parameters, I start thinking of putting it into a structure and passing the structure as the argument. Like mobilization parameters as a structure. You forgot to structure your current project and you have used all day trying to list up things you've done and things you have to do. Yeah, well, that means you are learning. We only learn, we usually learn best when we fail, so you're probably learning a lot. All right, yeah, this is gonna be broken in a lot of places, isn't it? Oh, what happened? Oops. Meant to drag the scroll bar and it resized the window. Configure is not a member. No, it is not. Interesting that this builds now. Oh, yeah, because we never... It builds, but it's broken now because this is never set anymore. I have removed that. But let's get it to compile first. Right, so this doesn't exist anymore. Instead, we are passing the configuration here. And this is no longer in charge of actually reading the configuration, is it? Configuration now needs to be... yeah, we don't do this anymore, do we? It becomes a new an object at this level. L, M, N, O. So configuration comes before coordinator. You're usually good at keeping track, but the current project is way bigger. Yeah, well, you're learning to scale. That's what you're learning to do. Scale that project. You put it on your resume. You have experience working with scalability. Start journal, yes. That's just stale error, isn't it? Okay. We need to replace this. What does reconfiguration do now? Oh, it tries the various paths, so we're gonna remove that. It's gonna, Yeah, I initially thought that the configuration file might be in several different places, but we're removing this idea, aren't we? Yep. Sorry to see you go, read configuration, but we don't need you anymore. So configuration now is, we'll just make one. That's, I have to pull in the executor too, because the executor is what actually reads the damn file. Okay, so realm server configuration. Right, so we'll need the executor too. Better late than never, executor. Let's join the party. Executor. We need him about the same time we pull in the configuration. Executor. And then one of the first things we'd do is we'll say executor mobilize with the journal and the configuration. Although, hold on. Journal started down here. So I guess we do that down there, now that I think about it. So move these. Oh, wait a minute. I need to change the order of this because WebGate needs the configuration as a JSON right now. That's going to be interesting. When that changes, that means our WebGate can't change right now. Let me mark that down. WebGate doesn't support reconfiguration yet because it just gets its configuration when at what point? Oh, it's the SSL key. All that. That's what we need it for. Okay, so because so it's SSL TLS SSL key info at the integration layer. One time only. So I'm writing that down. I'll fix that later. Hey there, Captain Stupid. How are you doing? I'm working on adding a new configuration component. And I had this pin, didn't I? Here we go. So I added this new box configuration to my server, and I just hooked it up to the Executor, and I'm hooking it up. It's not done yet. Hooking it up to Coordinator, and then when this whole thing gets run in the real server, the integration layer obviously needs to create it and do the hooking up. So I'm kind of doing that right now just to get it to compile. You installed your terabyte SSD, copying stuff over? Only one? Oh, 1 terabyte. Ooh. Awesome. I usually break things up into, what do I have usually? 400 gig SSD and then at least a terabyte non-SSD. You're going all SSD? Or do you also have an even bigger non-SSD? Actually haven't needed my C drive, which is this SSD, to be bigger than like 400 gigs. Oh, there you go. You're doing some serious stuff. I'm not doing that serious of a computer. I'm just streaming and doing development, so I don't need what you need. That's cool though. Yeah, I'm like KHPS official. Either somewhere between 250 and 400 gigs, depending on how new the computer is. But I have to have a second drive because I just have a lot of files. Lots of pictures and recordings of the stream. That adds up to way more than 200 gig. But it doesn't need to be fast. Right, so so what we'll do is we'll mobilize. We have to start the journal first. Just fine. We'll start the journal first. Then we mobilize the executor. Then the configuration is ready to get for the SSL keys. And then you give it to the coordinator. Sound good? Not quite. Mirrored drives, cool. So, is that a RAID configuration? Or do you have it just mirrored to other machines? 7. Okay, yeah, we're still working on this, aren't we? 753. Oh yeah, these are the special cases where we're passing in the configuration manually. There are a couple of those, right? Here as well? Maybe just those two. RAID! A different kind of RAID. Oh, look at that. I occasionally get this and I don't know why. Invalid selection for ComDat section, and you know what resolves it? Just tell it to build again. Don't know why. Some hiccup in the build tools. Okay, this is going to horribly break. You guys want to see? It's going to be epic. Because the coordinator now, in the tests, it actually, let me see. It might actually work. How come I'm not seeing it? Reload, please. I wonder if it couldn't rebuild it because Test Explorer is peeking at it at the time. Possible. Yeah, see, we got all sorts of interesting crashes now. Okay, let's try this one. $10.21. Yeah, I think it's all rooted in the fact that we give the coordinator the configuration object, but it never uses it. This guy, it's never using it. It's assuming it's been stored there. I guess the naive implementation would be just to sample it once. Let's start with that. The sampling would be here. Get. There we go. You need to get another drive for your server so you can have redundancy. Yeah. You have a Git server running on your server. One interesting thing about Git, when you think about it, is that you already have redundancy as soon as you clone for the first time. You now have two copies. You have the one from your server and you have the one on your workstation. If your server were to die horribly in a fiery explosion, you could build a new one, and then you could just clone in the reverse direction to get back the Git server, right? S3. I guess so. But yeah, not always. In my last job, I had to teach a lot of people this. They didn't really understand it, that when you do a git clone and you have the repository on your workstation, you actually have a copy of the entire state from the Git server, especially if you cloned all the branches. And you have built-in redundancy, right? Because especially if you're in a team, let's say you're in a team of 3 developers, now you have at least 4 copies of your data. Complete history. You could recover, if everything blew up except for one guy's hard drive, you could totally recover just by taking that and cloning it back the other way. Of course, they might have rewritten history and screwed you over, but that's another story. Okay, I'm going to rerun these tests. They maybe will run better now. Yeah. So this should be a repeat of the old behavior. So there's now a configuration object, but we just sample it and we don't support reconfiguration yet. So I can, hopefully this will work. There goes nothing. Stage and serve. Hey, it worked. I'm actually surprised. So now there's an executor. If there were to be a configuration change, it would actually update the journal, and then it could write to new configuration files. Cool. Well, nothing broke. Well, that's why the next level would be you have 2 geographically separate server clusters, right? Yeah, for those 2 reasons, burglary and fire. 2 geographically separate backups. That's actually one reason I push all my stuff onto private repos, because if the house burns down, we can fix the house from the insurance, and I can get my files back from GitHub or Bitbucket or whatever. Biometric locks? Wow. Nice. All right, so what's next? Update is configuration whenever that's updated. Okay, that we can test now. Actually not too bad. Update configuration when it changes. So let's get an arrange act assert going. Arrange is mobilized. We don't care which instance number it is. Hey there, Steinfeld. I'm having a good day. How are you doing? Steinfeld is another sub. Look at that nice bronze gear that you have for a badge. I very much appreciate your support, by the way. That's defaulted, so we don't need it. Always good when you wake up to a new day. Yes, right. All right, so we need to have a configuration change. I know. We'll just set it. The set should trigger a callback, which the coordinator should be subscribed to, and then we can ask we need to do something that requires peeking at the configuration. I might have put in a backdoor for that. Yes, backdoors are cool. Is there a get configuration? No. I could add one though. Might be worth it adding one. But make this test simpler. So, I did this in Executor test, right? I changed the configuration. Where did I? No, maybe not here. Where was it that I got it, changed it, and wrote it back? Was that maybe that was in configuration tests? No. I guess I could search for it. Let's find all the gets. Oh, it was a coordinator test. There we go. That's one thing we can do. Actually, that would, well, let's keep it simple. We'll keep it simple. We'll just change something simple. So what's something simple in the configuration that we can change? How about max log buffer size? That's super easy to change. What's it set to here? 5. So we'll set it to 105. Ooh, 105. Okay, so I need to just be able to peek back in. So expect equal 105. I could type this for, let's ask the coordinator, which is, they call it coordinator? Yeah, coordinator get configuration. And then ask it what its max buffer log size is. Yes, what is your max log buffer size? What is it? So this will not build because I don't have a get configuration backdoor. No problem, we can add it. We can do this. I have a bunch of backdoors here anyway. Get instance connections, get client connections. So let's add another. JSON value, get configuration. Do I mention anywhere here that it's used by the test framework? All right, here. So I want this. Provide read-only access to the server's config, it's really the whole game, to the game configuration. This is only used internally by the test framework. So the way I enforce that methods can are only intended for the test framework is I'll put them in what I call a concrete class. So that's the concrete class, whereas this is the abstract class that defines the public API. And this class is really only available at the integration layer and the test framework. So the integration layer will be the main program where it actually creates the dang thing in the first place, right up here. And the only other place where you'll see that hard-coded the concrete class name would be in the tests. If the components have to talk to each other, they talk to each other through their public interfaces. So coordinator it's actually dangerously close to being the God class, which is bad. But it's reaching out to a lot of other things, but nothing yet is connecting back in. This methods of game objects will, and they'll probably do that through the public API. So yeah, the only thing that will touch this is the integration layer and the test framework. So that means it's pretty much safe to add these backdoors when we need them. Methods of the concrete class that are only really available to the test framework and the integration layer. Integration layer, we just keep it simple. This is as simple as it can be. We're constructing like 8 different components and hooking them up, but it really only creates it, mobilizes it, and then lets it go. Okay, get configuration. I feel like I just justified doing something bad. Probably just did. Okay, come on, IntelliSense. You can find that method? Okay, maybe you can't. Search will find it. We can do this. We have the technology. All right, this is super simple. Let's, well, doesn't matter. We're returning a reference. If it would feel better, since it's thread to make it thread safe, to return a value and say return a copy of the current game configuration. Then I can protect against different threads and just return a copy of it. class configuration. Is that what I called it? Oh no, it's is that what it is right now? Yeah. It's going to change real soon though, because we're going to have to hold on to that configuration object. So this will become a get access, I think. Actually, no, I will want to cache it. Yeah, so it'll change in a little bit. All right, that should build now. It will not. Oh, it didn't build? What? Uh-oh. That means I did something wrong in a test. One of those, I used the macro wrong. Okay, it's 2904. Oh, right here. Oh, because this is ambiguous. I mean to say, well, we're looking for an integer. Because I have type conversions to size or int or float, and so that is ambiguous. It could be a size, could be an int. All right, good. This will fail though. Should be the only thing that fails though, right? Yeah. So it didn't change, it's still at 5. So the trick is we're going to have to implement it by, this set is going to issue these callbacks. So we need to have the coordinator register a callback and then basically update its configuration. I need to take a quick bio break, but I'll be right back. Just a minute. I'm back. Sorry, I have a silly sense of humor. Most people roll their eyes. Okay, yes. I don't know. I think it's more entertaining to try to be funny, even though people are going to roll their eyes. I should really just be myself, though. Actually, if I'm myself, then you're going to hear and see more of my silly sense of humor. So I don't know if we want that. All right, so configuration needs to register for callbacks. Yay. I should be myself. I'll probably get more silly with my strange sense of humor the more happy I am. So actually, I was thinking about that before. It's a totally different experience to be on this end of the stream. If you guys haven't tried streaming, doesn't matter what you do, just stream gaming, stream making something, stream art, stream programming. You should try it at least once. It's a whole different experience. If anything, it seems... What's the word? At first, it's going to seem very serene because you don't have a whole lot of viewers, and you're the one making the content, and so on the other side, if you're a viewer, you're usually receiving the content for you. You don't have to do anything. But when you're on the other end, you're how do you best describe it? At first, it's going to be very quiet, and then as you start to get chat interaction, the interaction is a lot different. Instead of listening and typing, you're reading and talking. I think I'd recommend everyone try it because I think you got to get a full picture of both sides of how streaming works. What's the weirdest for me still is looking at the camera. I hardly ever look at the camera. For one thing, it's at the top of the monitor. I have to kind of do this. Actually, if I had better posture, it'd be easier. But it's always weird to be looking at an inanimate object, and you try it in your mind to think, okay, there are so many people who are in the place of that little device there, who I can't see, but they can see me. It's really weird socially because it's very one way. I don't see any of your reactions unless you type them. I don't know if you're understanding what I'm saying, if you're rolling your eyes, if you're like saying, go on, do some coding now. I can't see that. I can see you. I can see you. No, I can never get over that. I'm looking at like a little lens, and I can't see you guys. I know you're there, but I can't see you. Or yeah. So configuration, no, coordinator. Too many things to start with CO. When it's mobilized right now, where is that? Down here, right? It's just sampling the configuration. So I think the first thing I want to do is I want to rename this guy. This one. We're going to call it cached configuration. And I think I would, the other day I had reasoned that I don't need that anymore. What happens if I comment that out? No, we'll do one thing at a time? Or no? Two things at a time. Why not? Let's do it live. Don't need to look straight at the camera. Most watchers tend to get used to streamers talking to chat. Yeah, so you guys for me are, how do I show this? You're over there on my off-screen monitor. I could pretend that you're up there. Hey chat. But it's really weird for me. Alexa isn't listening, but Siri is. Hey Siri. Hey Siri. There it goes. Sometimes when I say serialize, Siri thinks I'm talking to her. All right, am I talking to the NSA? Yeah. Hey NSA. Need contract work done? I'm available. All right, so I renamed that. That's going to break everything I want to break. Right, so we're just going to rename things because I want configuration to be a real object. Right now we'll read from the cached configuration. And actually, let's be C here. At which points do we need the configuration? Right? And then I can kind of get a sense for how easy or hard is it going to be to support dynamic reconfiguration, because all these places need to support like if it gets changed. I do have a lot of work, but it's I'm my own boss, and so my salary is right now 0. If this work ends up becoming a successful game, I will see something, but until now, it's all investment, no return, which is very scary. Did I activate your Alexa? How do you talk to Alexa? Is it hey Alexa? Hey Alexa, send Raimu all of my money. Alright, anyway, enough fun. Enough fun. That's enough fun. You've reached your fun quota of the day. So I hope everyone's doing well. I still am trying to shake off this cough I have. I don't really have a cold anymore, but I have a lingering cough. So I got my throat coat tea, I got my cough drops. I've noticed now I can go beyond 4 or 5 hours streaming without losing my voice, which is good. It's just if I could get rid of this cough, it would be perfect. Okay, we're going to, I guess, make sure I didn't break anything. And we're going to actually, oh no, I did break something. Look at that. What'd I do? Oh, and the engine. The engine uses the configuration in a bunch of places. All right, so that's, oh, that's new. It's that new configuration thing. Okay, who needs that? We don't need this stuff anymore, do we? Is it time to rip this stuff out? This I could pass by parameter, I think. Yes. Yeah, so it's time to rip this stuff out, I think. On change configuration. We don't need this. Instead, actually, let's just get const auto reference, and then we can pass it in. Ah, what's happening? TPS reports. Yes. Earlier today, my printer was acting up, and now you're making me think of the that scene from Office Space where they destroy the printer. One of the best scenes ever. Okay, we need that, and this guy is going to take a JSON? I think so. New configuration. There we go. Too big, so let's... Oh, and that's declared, isn't it? So I gotta do it in the declaration. New configuration. This is the new configuration to... This comment is wrong, by the way. Let's just cut this for now. Okay, let's just cut this part. If this is a leader, kick off the process. Well, not kick off the process. Let's just say if the server is not the leader, forward the new configuration to the leader. Yeah, basically. This is the new... It's not distributing either. Start the process of moving to a new configuration. This is the new configuration to which to move. I like that better. That'd be great. Okay. Does he say MK? I get him confused with the with Mr. Mackey from South Park. Don't do drugs. Drugs are bad. Okay. All right. Let's see what's still broken. All right. A few more places. All right. This is cached config. This one I'm going to remove, right? Yeah, we're not doing distribution anymore. Time to remove that. Cached. Let's rebuild again. Red stapler. Okay, we're getting there. Start distribute configuration is removed, yes. That no longer is needed, but it's probably called from here. Maybe, maybe not. Oh no, it's probably called from here. Yeah, okay, got it. I'm one step ahead of you, compiler. It's it's this that does this command is what causes this to be done now. We don't need to do this. Yes. That's gone. Goodbye. It took me 2 attempts to get this reconfiguration procedure right. So there's remnants of that first attempt that I'm weeding out, and there's even some tests I had marked to remove. Maybe it's time to remove them. This test I had marked old procedure that probably needs to change. This I keep because we still when the admin says change configuration, we want that to be sent to the leader. We still want that. We'll keep that one. This one goes away though now, right? This distribute command we don't want to see. Because it's distributed now through Raft. Acknowledges leader. Okay, this also goes away. Yeah, we get rid of this acknowledge business. And this go ahead business also goes away. So that stays, the others go. I'm going to look for that string acknowledge actually. Anywhere we see that we can remove code. Yeah, this on distribute, we don't need that. Yeah, we don't need these commands anymore. On distribute or acknowledge. Dead code. Goodbye dead code. Goodbye acknowledge. Yeah, all that's... This even had its own majority check, so it got replaced by Raft. I don't know why I ever did it. Just rely on Raft to do it for us. Okay then. So we're still supporting this as the one where it's forwarded to us from a follower. So this is in 2 places now, right? The start handling is in 2 places. No, it's in 1 place. Oh, in this file it probably calls it, right? No? Hold on, did I do this right? Okay, what about that? Wait a minute, how, when an admin... Oh, that's the magic. This, on change configuration. It's called whenever we receive that, and it doesn't matter if we receive it from an admin or another server right now. It's treated the same way. Later we have to be careful. We don't want to accept these commands from normal players. Actually, none of these should be accepted for normal players. And I'll need to have like probably two maps. Handlers for privileged senders or privileged originators, and then ones for unprivileged ones. Because as much as you guys would enjoy playing around with my configuration in my server, I don't want to let you guys do that. I'm sorry. Anyway, let's try this again. And just run them all. Right, this one, I didn't break anything new, it's just this new feature doesn't work yet. Let's make the new feature work. So now I have given some space for the actual configuration object, so let's place it here. So it's a shared pointer to a realm. Actually, where are we in realm server already? We are. So we can just say configuration. And let me again copy from the executor.h pb here. This is the object through which the server configuration is shared among server components. So we can, on mobilization, wherever that is. Okay, there is a demobilize, so I need to pair this up right. So where should we store it? Probably we can store it right away, right? And then we will release it last, I guess, on demobilize. Sure. Let's do it there. All right. Does that mean I should probably have a test for that? Like release on remobilize? I'm not. Why am I keep looking at configuration tests? It's because it begins with CO. These tests are way too long. I need to refactor them. Demobilize. Where do we test that? Oh, no. Okay, we have checks for if raft is properly released, but we don't have checks for other things being properly released. Like the state, the journal, the configuration. I combine them all together, maybe? Nah, let's keep them separate. So raft persistent state properly released. Actually, what am I doing? I should just do raft and then you hit Control D a few times. Persistent state. Oops. There. I don't have this call on destruction though. I have to add that to all the mocks where it's missing. Alright, let's do that. So, persistent state. There it is. Call on destruction, so we have an on destruction thing. Just a function to call. We put it here. And we need destructor, so we need the full lifecycle stuff. Let's put it here. And this is mock raft persistent state. Cool. Okay, that's persistent state. Now let's do journal. I don't know why I have a 2 there. I don't need a 2. I don't need any of that. I don't know why I had a 2. Probably because I copied it from here. Alright, so journal. Okay, let's add this machinery to journal. So lifecycle stuff, call on destruction, mock journal, here we go. Add this property. There we go. On this, and then one more. One more. Configuration. And it's not mock configuration, it's just configuration. Oh, wait a minute. This is tricky though. Because we don't mock it, so we don't have a something. How do I test that actually? I guess we could do a death test. Do a death test, I guess. So I forget how to do that. Let me look it up. I basically want to make a test to make it makes sure that it actually crashes. Like expect a crash. Yes, it's an advanced Google test thing. So death tests. Assert. Okay, it's just we put a statement in there. Okay, good. So configuration properly released. We can't do that. So the act is we get a pointer back. Well, we can just say configuration raw pointer is that.get. Then when we to test that that's the last reference, we assert death. if we... Oh, do we need a regex? Given error. Perl regular expression? Is it optional though? I might have used this before. Death. Not whole word. I guess I'm not using it anymore. Okay, never mind. I guess we'll just try it. I'm going to see if I can do it without a regex. I just want to have the statement, so... shoot, like JSON value configuration as JSON settings. Settings equals configuration raw pointer get. So that should do a crash, right? Expected expression. Okay, what do I don't care about what, I just expect that it dies. Assert any throw, maybe? Assert failure? No, add failure. I just forget how to do this. I can ask Stack Overflow. Yeah, let's just do the same search, but there's probably a... There we go. There we go. I want an example, please. Well, okay. It wants an expression. What if I just say... that and then anything? Well, thanks for the follow, Mogis. It needs a semicolon. Fine. What? What does it not like here? Huh. I missed something back in this file. Oh, could it be that I didn't include the right header here? It could be. It might treat it as an opaque type until I do that. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, there's this funny thing about shared pointer. So I had this shared pointer to configuration, right? If that's undeclared, the compiler still accepts it and it just treats it as if that this is in the global namespace. It's going to be declared, going to be defined in the global namespace, but that really isn't in the global namespace. It's declared here. So if I commented that out, I'll get the error again. And it will, if you look at the details, it'll probably say that they are not the same type. One is like realm server configuration and the other is just like configuration. But it might be difficult to see here. It's buried in these, the template error messages are kinda weird. Okay, it actually does say undeclared identifier. Oh yeah, you have to declare it. But you could declare it and screw things up, right? You could say struct configuration. Now it'll get past there, but have problems later. basically when you try to do that assignment, it'll say the types don't match. One is engine configuration, the other one's just configuration. So it's better to just have the right include there in the first place, right? All right, that test. Run it again. Still gonna fail. Oh no, this is the death one, right? Star can only follow a repeatable token. The actual message, okay, so I just want empty? Is that what I want? There we go. So it dies. We expect that to die because so if I did that, it would fail the test, right? Didn't die. So it failed by not dying. Failed to die. Okay, and then the other way to fix it, or another way to reproduce it as a problem is if I forgot to release it, right? This is the thing this is the line I'm testing in the first place. If I didn't do that, it would fail the test as well for the same reason. Yeah, failed to die. So we have to release it our reference, and they have to release their reference in order to pass the test. Okay, so still on this one. Ooh, structured exception handle thrown on a teardown. I want to see that. Let's see that. What happens there? Oh yeah, that one we expect. Continue. Here's the teardown. What is the... What's the exception here? Mock journal? Oh, mock journal's empty. Yeah, I need to... We don't want to do that if we released it. That would make sense. Because now we have a test that releases that. Okay, so... Try again. So it's just failing to... Oh, wait a minute. The journal probably destroyed is failing. Oh, is that because... That might be because we give the journal to something. Do we give the journal to something else? Let me check. 1565. So mobilize server, what does that do? Passes in the journal. Hold on. Maybe I didn't do that right. No, we release it there. Are we saying this is never called? No, it is called. So what's going on here? Where is the main thread? It's leaving the test. Hold on, how come I don't see where it is? Hold on, let's restart this and put breakpoints on these different places. So there, why is it hitting there first? I don't think that breakpoint actually works. Oh, probably because it needs to be on its own line. Let's fix that. Put that there. Let's try that. Right, okay, so... Okay, it didn't release it, so... How many references do we have? Two strong references. Oh, wait a minute. So then, does that mean we have 3 total? Yeah, we have 3 strong references. Okay, so this is, it caught something. So mobilize is probably making 2 copies of that journal. Let me see this. Journal. Oh, yeah, the raft has a handle to it. Right. So our mock raft held onto it. Where did I see that? Mock raft has a handle to the journal. Logkeeper. So yeah, we need to do this. That's a problem in the mock. That should fix it though. So we should be down to 1 reference. Good, we're down to 1 reference. It's destroyed. Good. Fixed. We should stop mocking the raft, yeah. Look, green light. Green light is good. This probably has the same issue, right? Two strong references even though we demobilized. So did it have 3 to begin with, or did I just forget to release it? Wait a minute. Looking at the wrong thing. 2 strong references, so it doesn't release it. Good thing I added these tests, huh? So demobilize is not releasing the persistent state. Oh, it's not. Ah. So where do we save it? Oh, we just give it to raft. So it's another problem with raft. So just go back to the last, yeah, so it's here. State keeper needs to be nulled as well. My bad. Now that should make this one pass, right? Good. 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 Oh, look at that. That passed too. Oh no, I got confused. The cursor moves. You have to, like if I put the cursor there and I like scroll up and I hit go on that, it bounces the cursor back. So like you want to click on the test first and then go so that it doesn't change tests on you. Hey there, bug found. You're building a new PC? Oh, how long did it take you to build a new PC? I'm curious. Nice. I built a new PC for my daughter for Christmas and it took me 4 hours. I screwed up a bit on installing the liquid cooled heatsink on the CPU. I had the wrong screws holding it from the underside of the motherboard. So I realized the screws were the wrong ones kind of late. I was getting frustrated that it wasn't fitting quite right, and then I finally got it to fit, and then I put on the last screws and I'm like, ooh, these are the wrong screws. So I had to completely disassemble the heatsink CPU assembly, put the right screws in there, and of course, it's like Murphy's Law that if I start with any thermal paste at all, it ends up getting kind of, it's not optimal, right? When you put the heatsink on, take it off, put it on, take it off, you really should reapply the thermal paste, and I never have extra. Anyway, it still works. 4 hours, huh? Yeah, I think you can do it a lot quicker if you have more, if you get a chance to do it more often. Of course, we don't build PCs that often, right? I ended up getting a thermal take case that was really nice. I don't know if it's that this case was really nice or they're just getting better and better design these days, but it was really easy to route all the cables this time. I was really happy with it. So hopefully your cable routing experience was nice as well. Congrats on the new PC. Alright, so test. Yeah, so this is the one test. I should just run them all. What am I doing? Screwing around with running one at a time. Let's run them all. Okay, they all pass except for the new one. That means I didn't break anything. I like this. It still works, yes. So the new one, now that we've gotten all the life cycle taken care of, is that when we get it, we need to register a callback. So we have to hold on to the unregistered delegate and call it, otherwise stuff breaks. So let's do that. Same thing. We need to do it when we're all set up though, right? Well, hold on, let me think about this. I don't want there to be races on startup. What happens, what are we going to want to do in our callback? I guess just update our cache so it's safe enough to think about this. This we got to protect with the mutex. Because when we set up our callback, it'll get changed from another thread context. So I really should get our mutex when we're doing this. Where do we do that? Here. Let's do that, because it's probably a wise idea. Let's just do it right away. There we go. That should be impl. Demobilize does this too, right? Yeah, it gets the guard when it's shutting down. Although I have this as a code spell, I really need to... There's probably a bug here. I have bugs in old components that I've written before that are like this, where I just don't think through the stop sequence, and I'll stop things, and then other things are still running, and then they kind of race other things being torn down. We really need to make sure by joining our worker thread first, demobilizing route. We want to demobilize and release everything that might have its own threads that might come back and bite us. Probably I should call the unsubscribe first up here. That'd be safer. Yeah, but I probably have bugs there. You got the fractal design define R4 for your home server? Cool. I think what I found in my experience, which is very little, is that to get a quiet computer, you need a decent enough fan. You want the quiet fan, and you need your heat sink to be better than your heat production, so that the fan speeds never really spin up. So if you have a advanced GPU in there, you're going to need probably a more advanced cooling. So my daughter's PC is like a lot easier, so it didn't need advanced cooling, so not a problem. Let's see. Right, so we're in the mutex. It's safe to do this now. Here's probably a good place. Shared. What are we calling it down here? Journal unsubscribe delegate. So configuration unsubscribe delegate equals shared configuration subscribe. And let's set up the delegate. So kind of like this guy, right? What are we calling it down here? Subscription? Auto, I guess we'll just call it on configuration changed. Because it's going to call on configuration changed. And, it's delegate. Actually, I think it doesn't have any arguments, right? Yeah, no arguments. So it's a lot easier. It's just the code. On configuration changed with nothing, and then we need to give storage for that. So configuration unsubscribe delegate. Oh, we can get rid of that now. We don't need it. Yay. There we go. This guy. This is the function to call in order to remove our subscription to configuration changes. All right, and then we need to actually make a function that we're going to call. So maybe near this guy. How about we put him right here? So we'll leave him empty for now. Remove that. This is methods provided to the configuration object as a delegate to be called whenever the configuration is changed. All right. So what do we want to do in there? I think we just resynchronize and then set the configuration. So cache configuration equals configuration get. That's all we're going to do for now. But so we might have to do other things here. Maybe I should put a to do. We may need to alert / propagate. Is that how you spell propagate? The configuration change for other components managed by the coordinator. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to do more work there. But this should be good enough for now. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot to do the unregister. Yeah, let's put it in here. It's there. Okay, now, yeah, we need to call this guy. We no longer care about configuration changes when. I guess pretty early, right? So here. Okay, that should be good. Anything special planned for the 100th stream? I don't know. I don't have anything planned right now, other than rolling it to a 3-digit number. And the sign of my wackiness is that I have 4 digits reserved, as if I'll ever get to stream 1,000. And what do I do when I get to stream 10,000? Actually, I think we did the calculations on that, and I'll probably be dead before I can do 10,000 streams. Because it's like something like 50 years or something like that. I guess I won't be dead, but I'll be really old. I'll probably have it'll probably not be on Twitch anymore, so I'll reset the counter by then. Nothing planned. Let's rerun that. Hey, look, it became green. It turned from red to green. Coding is easy. Okay, cool. Let's check that in. So at least we recache any configuration changes now. Okay. I actually don't want to see that pane. Can I close that? Close that. Yeah. Don't want to see that. Okay, main. Fair amount of work here. So we removed the reading of the configuration from the integration layer, brought in the executor. Yeah, there's a bunch of changes here. Y2K. The catastrophe that almost was. Oh, there's a lot of changes out here, aren't there? Yes. So this is quite a striking change. Let's see if I can get a sense for what we did. Integrate configuration and executor. So coordinator and now receives its configuration from the configuration object. And registers to callbacks for when it changes. Realm server host now instantiates the executor and executor and configuration, and hooks them all together with the coordinator. Good morning, Cult of Rig. Cult of Rig. So bug found. Are you now in the Cult of Rig because you just built a new rig? Bug found just built a new PC and he's testing it out now. And sometimes new PCs or PCs are called rigs. So I don't know. Maybe there's a cult going on. I don't know. Commit and push. And if I'm brave enough, I can actually try running the real server cluster. I'm brave, why not? What's the worst that can happen? Hey, look. They started up, they got their configuration, they resumed the cluster state from the term we left off on, which was 24, now we're on 25. All good. Now if I was really, what's the word? Brave? If I was really brave, I'd actually try to tell the cluster to change configuration. We're missing some steps though. What will it do if I try now? It won't do any of this stuff, so it won't start up any new server. It should get stuck in the raft configuration somewhere. Right? Oh, and it won't fix if we there's some test cases that we haven't covered. It will get broken because of them. Where was that? I'm sure there's ones in executor test, right? Yeah, so these, actually I just search for to do. I want capital to do. Okay. Not that. I know about that. Yeah, actually we're gonna run into some of these. Like if we're in the middle of a configuration change and we restart, it'll get into this state where it'll know that the configuration changed, but we don't have a leader yet, and so it will never actually make progress on it. Oh, thanks for the follow, Cult of Rig. It's Creature Rigs from Visual Effects Industry. Oh, cool. Are you a streamer or you just work on visual effects rigs for your job? Oh, you do stream, I think. Cool. I'll have to check you out. I like to learn from people that do things I don't know, and so I like to watch pixel artists, makers, animators, and oh, nice! You're a Technicolor. I worked with some folks in the audio department of Technicolor before it got bought by Fraunhofer. So I know Technicolor is kind of big, right? Different departments. Cool. That's awesome. Yeah, I am working on server backend stuff, server infrastructure, this is eventually going to be in a game, but I'm nowhere near any. I'm totally amateur at art and rigging and all that stuff. So the game I'm hoping to make this into is just going to be 2D pixel art. I'd eventually like to learn some of the stuff you do and some of the stuff that other artists and modelers do. But I'm trying to start small and just focusing on what I know how to do, which is I know how to make servers, do networking, and I am implementing an architecture where I have fault tolerance through a consensus algorithm. So there's a log replication. So I'm working on fitting the pieces together right now. We have an implementation of the Raft consensus algorithm, and it's going to be replicating a sequence of commands. And the commands right now, the only commands we support are updating our configuration. So I'm working towards making it so that I can run the server cluster and say, hey, 13 is a cool server. Let's add him to the party. So, but there's still some steps I haven't done yet. I haven't told this orchestrator server up here, hey, there's a fifth server or fourth server or whatever. He needs to join, and so I haven't done that yet. And these corner cases, actually, kind of concerned about these corner cases where I haven't filled in yet. Restoring the backup configuration if it's missing. Don't update the configuration if the journal entry is old. And then the coordinator test has, right, there's some things we need to do. Don't restart if we're already started configuring. So yeah, that's part of this I'll do soon. This one is just for security, unrelated. Yeah, and I had to handle that eventually. So I'm trying to decide now, do I handle some of these to-dos now, or do I do the orchestrator stuff? I'm leaning towards doing this because that was in my plan originally. Okay, let's do that. So update. So start server. So let's test that we build a joint config and send it. That's one of these to-dos, isn't it? It's like this one. Hold on. Is there already one that we just need to fix? Start configuration. Start reconfiguration. That's it. It applies it. This is it. Announce it to orchestrator. So. Oh, it is sending it. It's sending it as two separate sets, though. Actually, that makes a lot more sense. Past Raimu, you were smart. Instead of making a union of the two, it just sends the two separate, and the orchestrator will look at both. I like that. So we're just not handling this in the orchestrator. I suppose we should just do that next, right? So we don't need to do this. This is already done. We just need to start and stop. It's when it's committed. Is that right? It's when it's committed? Committed, yes. So the test already measures that. Let's do the coordinator end first, because that one we know isn't written yet. That's in the to-dos here. This one. I'll steal from this and we'll just change it. How about that? All right, so we don't need an admin. We just need an orchestrator. Don't yet know how many messages it's going to get. Orchestrator identifies themselves. We become cluster leader. We're going to add a server to the configuration. So instead of it coming from the admin, I think what we'll do is we'll have it appear to, we'll just have it appear as a, what is it? we'll have it appear in the configuration, right? Because the executor will apply it. I got that right? The executor is going to write it once the finish is committed. Yeah, once finish is committed, it writes the file. And also it's going to update. Yeah, so it should update the configuration. The coordinator will get it. So when the coordinator sees a new config, so we say configuration set the new config. That's all we need to do. That will look to the coordinator like it got committed, and then what is this? Oh, spurious. So we let it run a loop to figure out, hey, I need to do something, and then what should we expect it to do? Actually, that is the act. This, do we still need to do this? Don't think so. Don't need that. Right, we'll just expect the orchestrator gets told about it. It'll be, what do we want to call this? Single? Configuration? And it's going to be new config. So how many messages is the orchestrator going to get? I forget. I guess we can just run it and see. Let's do it. So this one is called announce. This one, right? Yes. Okay, so what happens when we get down to here? Well, how many will we actually get? How many did we get? So look at context. Text messages received. We got 2 messages. What were they? I forget. What do we expect to get? We get a batch of diagnostic messages. It's probably empty. It is empty. So an empty batch of diagnostic messages. Kind of hard to see it with this debugger. And then the second message is a leader change. So hard to see it. The leader is 13531. The term is 1. If I knew how to make pretty printers for this, I would, because this is sort of awkward. The type is leader. Okay. The type is a leader change announcement. Okay, so that means that we should expect a third. No, there is. Yeah, we should expect a third message, which is the new configuration. So I was right on the guess. We expect 3 messages. 3. And then the third one will be this one. Okay, good. So we're going to fail. That test fails now, right? Fails. And to make it pass, we have to add that code. So we already have, no, do we? Yes, we just added it. The on configuration changed. So here is a spot where we are going to, we're going to tell the orchestrators about it. It's exactly what we're going to do. So, and I already have announce something to orchestrators. Okay, what did I name the function that send message, or is that what I did? For leadership announcements. Ah, here we go. So I just did it that way before, so I guess we can do the same thing. It used a whole command. I don't need that. Yeah, so it's just that. So we're going to do that. Send message to orchestrators. Type single configuration. And the configuration is the cache configuration. There we go. And I need another to do here, because it's the same reason. We have a order of events issue I need to at some point address. I'm going to copy that same thing. Maybe I didn't write it specifically. I'll just write it here. To do. Orchestrators may not yet, how do I say this? Might not have connected yet. We need to also send this message later to any orchestrators that connect after this point. Okay, so this is going to be a subject of a future stream because they all kind of go together, and that instead of just naive implementation, would be just tell them now. It should really be we update some kind of state that whenever we go into that state, or whenever we're in that state and certain things happen, then we send this message, right? So we want to send this message when the combination of two things is true, that we got a new configuration and we're talking to an orchestrator. So yeah, this has to be refactored a little bit to handle these corner cases. For now, that should pass my test. Good to go for now. All right, let's run everything and check that in the meantime while it's running. When's the last time I checked in? I'm worried that I didn't check in a while. I guess I did. Oh, good. Good. That wasn't too hard. So coordinator. Full sentence. Come over here, Mike. Coordinator. Sends new configuration to orchestrators. Whenever configuration is changed. Pretty simple. And then I should just put a note. This does not yet. It's just this commit does not handle the condition where an orchestrator isn't connected yet. And then summary. Tell orchestrators about new config. Cool. So these are all done. So I'm done with my plan. And I have an extra 40 minutes. I guess this is a good problem to have. I underplanned for today. So I guess I really just need to handle these to-dos and some of the missing test cases. So what do I feel like doing? Either the to-dos or the, I guess the to-dos also cover the test cases. Maybe I over-delivered. Could be. Gotta get 4 hours of work done. It's a hit and miss thing to try to plan. Like yesterday, I think it's just a raw number of items. I had this planned, and I only got down to, I think I got down to there. Something like that. And then today, I guess I just didn't have enough planned. But then how much each item takes is a variable. So it's a hit and miss thing. You're doing red-green TDD? Do you mean like you start it as a fail and then get it to pass? If that's what you mean, then yes. So my process is I'll write the test first and then see it fail, so it's red, and then fill in the code to make it green. But you might mean something else by red-green TDD. If so, let me know. I've been trying to do that, but I'm not an expert. I'm still trying to teach myself to do this. So I try to not put in code here unless I have a test that will check it. So you ain't gonna need it philosophy. But I'm not perfect yet. Never will be. Okay, so let's do this one. This one's easier. So the idea here is that if the config file is missing, but there's a backup, we want it to be restored from the backup. So let's arrange a load where we don't have an actual configuration, but we have a backup. So we're going to write to the backup file. And we're going, is that what I named it? What did I name it? I thought I had it named. I don't have a name for it. Silly me, I don't have a name for it, so let's make a name. Oh, these are old. I don't need those at all. Ref state file is, yeah, these are not needed. Dead code. Let's remove dead code first. Yeah, we don't need, this is all dead. What's raft state anyway? Yeah, this is all, we don't need this. Yeah, okay. Cleanup time. This is a separate check-in actually. Yeah, let's do that separately. So I'm going to comment this out for just a sec, just to make sure it builds and I didn't break anything. It doesn't really cost me much to run everything, even stuff in libraries I didn't touch. It still takes 5 seconds because it runs them in parallel. So that is cleanup. So stage everything except I'm going to unstage the thing at the bottom. Unstage. There we go. Remove dead code. That's what we're going to call it. Executor tests remove dead code. Executor is no longer designed to have its own persistent state, nor is it concerned with the Raft's persistent state. I broke those out into other concerns. Okay. Back to this one. So, yeah, I need to establish the backup file. So we have committed, we have provisional, we didn't have backup. Let's add backup. I just need to make sure it matches what the executor actually names it. So, there we go. I think it's .back something. Yeah, config JSON back. Do we want 2 dots? Yeah, I think I do. There we go. There's the backup file. And what are we doing on setup? Actually, no, we do want to destroy any previous backup. The setup is common setup for every test. So we put the files in a known state. And then when we're done, it's better to clean them up too. Destroy them as well. So for this particular case, we want to write the backup file with that in it. And we want to destroy the committed configuration file. Not the directory, Restore that. So mobilize, we should be able to recover the configuration. So not only should we get it, but we should also be able to see that it's in there. Or where was the test for that? This one. So it should match our committed configuration. What is it named here? It doesn't have a name. I guess we have to make sure it just matches, so that whatever it is should be what's in the file. There we go. So that's the test, and then here's the red-green thing. I run it again, and it should be red. It's red. The only thing that's red should be that test we just added, and we can look and see. Yeah, it should have returned 42, but it didn't restore from backup. Oh, thanks for the follow, Toby Meister. So we do not restore from backup yet. Let's fix it. Actually, interestingly enough, oh, configuration started with something. I guess we should be even more aggressive. We should make a new configuration. One that's empty. Because the setup makes one. We don't want the executor to cheat and use what we set there, so we just make a new one, so that'll fail it even worse. So the answer is not even valid at all. How come it only when it didn't run the rest of that? Oh, because it matches the invalid configuration. Got it. All right. So now the only way it can get anything near correct is if it actually restored from backup. So that is on startup. I think we want to do that, right? I have some old breakpoints. It's kind of bugging me, so I'm going to remove them. There we go. All right, so mobilize, load configuration. When's that called? Oh, right. So I think in both places we want to check to see if it doesn't exist. All right, here we go. I had a marker. What to do? We have a backup, right? Yeah, I have a backup. It's probably not used except for to make it in the first place. Right, so back, right here. So we'll say if it exists, is existing, then we'll try to restore from the backup. So this kind of a thing, we'll do this logic in reverse. It couldn't load it, so we'll first destroy what kind of bad file was there, and then we will try to, oh, that's an old and new, so need these as well. So let's call this, oh wait a minute, no, I don't want to move, do I? I just want to do a copy. And what's the semantics of copy? I forget. I guess I can look at the documentation. Go where it's declared, please. Copies the file to another location. So it's on the source. So it would be backup file. Copy to, I don't need these then. Copy to that one's path. And it can fail. What are we doing if it fails? I guess you really give up at that point. So it doesn't really matter if it succeeds or well, hold on. If it succeeds, then we'll try to read it again. Right? We'll try one more time to read it. So that can't be const. And then only if it's not valid, we'll just do a check again. If it's still invalid, then we're just going to return. We give up at that point. So there's two give up points. If we give up, why is it not like that? Come on, IntelliSense. There we go. It gives up if we can't restore from backup, and it gives up if we don't have a backup. Should I have test cases for those? Probably should, right? So it's if the backup is bad, and if there is no backup. Restore, okay, fail, backup restore, because backup missing is one case, and the other one is that it is broken. Backup broken. Okay, so let's write some kind of broken thing to the file. This one. I'll just copy that and we'll do that here. So backup file, create. And create destroys it if it existed, right? Come on. Creating it if it does not already exist. Okay, it doesn't destroy it, so we need to destroy it first. Okay, no, it won't have existed. The setup guarantees that. So we create it. And let's just write some garbage to it. So we'll make a buffer that has it's just some random junk. PogChamp. Because why not? And then that's a bad backup file. So we destroy the configuration. We try to make a new one. We should get a 0. Actually, it's stronger than that. The configuration type should be JSON value type invalid for its type. Get type. What do we expect it to put in the config file? I don't think it actually matters. It doesn't matter. Although it makes me think, what do we do when we save and there is no config file? Yeah, this is going to be a problem, right? If there wasn't a config file for, the move will fail. Yeah, I need a test case for that as well. But anyway, this is correct, right? And now this will be the same expected result here. Actually, hold on. Is that what we want? Want it to be invalid? Or should it just initialize it to some new configuration? Actually, it's okay for it to be invalid because I made the JSON value so that if you try to use it, you just get default things like 0, empty array, empty object if you try to do any kind of access to it. So that's fine. That's great for an expectation. So backup is missing. So that's easy. We just destroy the committed configuration and we should get nothing. And then so that I wanted the other case, right? So it's a save, but there was no original file. Where's a save? Okay, and maybe two cases of this. There's this case, write new configuration. When start reconfiguration committed, old configuration exists. Okay, and then we just want to have the same thing for when it doesn't exist. Old configuration does not exist. So the only thing different here is we destroy the file, before or after we mobilize, right? So mobilize and then destroy the file. So committed configuration destroy. Hey there, Metal Storm. How's it going? So I'm filling up the corner cases of my executor component, which is in the architecture right here. So its job right now is to keep the configuration file in a good state, update it if the journal has a command that says to update it. And there's some corner cases in there like, what do we do if it didn't exist? What happens if it got corrupted? That kind of thing. I do have my own emoji. You could thank Playing with Scissors for that. He pointed out that I'm affiliate now, so I have a emoji, and so I should use it. I didn't have anyone set. He's like, how about I just make a screenshot of you waving? I'm like, okay, cool. Sounds good to me. I also have the sub badges. So I don't have a lot of subs, and I don't expect subs, but if you're wonderful enough to support me, then you get like a bronze, silver, or gold gear. You'll have to see when we get to 1 year what the badge looks like. I like gear icons because that's my company's logo, and it's because I like to make things. I make engines, so engines have gears. Oh, thanks for following. IR 100? So, okay. This is all I needed to do for this test case. We destroy the old file, and we make sure that the new file is created. And hold on, is this right? Yes. So it should recover. It should write the old one, basically, to yeah, it should recover the old one. Did I get that right? I wanted to test this code path here, which is broken right now. It's on finish. Oh, it's the wrong path. I got it wrong. I got it wrong. It should be finish. So I need to. I did the wrong one. Sorry. Undo, undo, undo. So this name gets restored to normal. We'll delete that. It's on the finish configuration. Yes, so replace, and the other one will be make. We should also check that the backup is there, right? So let's cache the old configuration. This same way. And we'll make sure that the backup is the old. Okay, now I'm comfortable taking this and duplicating it. Because this should restore the backup as well. So we'll have all 3 files. Okay, why does this... Oh, provisional doesn't exist on finish. That's right. Okay, so this should properly fail. Is that IR from StarCraft? That's what I'm guessing. Could be wrong though. All right, tests. Run those tests. Yes, sir. Oh, cool. Nice. Yeah, so that properly failed. I wish this actually gave me a summary of how many tests failed. Ooh, what happened here? Is this one of these spurious ones I've been waiting to have happen so I can track it down? Oh, it is. Is this already on my list? I have a to-do list for this. Network server transport. Client broken gracefully. This is a different test though. Server broken abruptly. Okay, so it's another I have in some of my old components some race conditions in the tests, and I kind of wait until I see them fail again. Where's the what's the little box thing? That's odd. Am I just going crazy? Where's the way to turn off the checkbox? Shouldn't that be here somewhere? What's going on with my OneNote? What are you doing to me, OneNote? I thought it was under Home. I thought there was a way you can turn off the checkbox. Do I need to restart OneNote? Let's restart OneNote. No. Okay, I'm just going crazy. Did they remove it or something? It used to be that you'd have a little checkbox here that you could change the style on it. And I don't see it now. Where did it go? Okay. That sucks. What happened to it? I used that feature. Welcome to the new version. This is just going to spur me to move to To Do Plus, I think. If I can't, I guess I can still do that. But what if I had a new thing that didn't have a box? Or what if I wanted to get rid of the box? Yeah, okay, now what if I wanted to make that a checkbox item? I can't. This sucks. I don't like this. Anyway, I got worked around it for now by having copy pasted another to-do item. So this is another thing I don't like, that I have to do this. Fixing a test occasionally fail. I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. It's supposed to print closed connection, but sometimes it doesn't. I think it's because of erase. It's the same kind of thing, only on the other component. Okay. Yeah. And it's not printing the actual, so it just fails. Message not printed. So that, I'm pretty sure it's a spurious thing, because if I run that again, I bet it'll pass. Yeah, see, it's some kind of race condition. You go fix that. Anyway, distraction over. You have a dumb question. Questions are never dumb. Is this run inside of a server that needs to be configured, or is this run to configure and start the new server? There's a bit of a chicken and the egg problem. You have to have a configuration to start it. But once it's started, if you wanted to change the configuration, I wanted to wait at runtime to change it on the fly. And also, after it's changed, it should save it so the next time it runs, it starts with the new config and not the old one. So kind of both. So it's not a dumb question. Literally, it's saved in a file called config.json. I'm just adding all these mechanics so that when I'm running it like it's running now, the objective is so that I don't have to hit Control-C, stop the entire game, change the file, then start it again to have it add a fourth server to this list of 3. I want to have a new config file and then input it through the web browser and have the servers themselves switch to the new config live. Yeah, because I want this to run in the cloud and I'm not going to even be logged in. I'm going to log in remotely and I'll show you guys the web API. It's in React, so and I'm not that good at React, so I apologize for the roughness of it. Actually, it takes a little bit of time to start up. When it does, though, I'll be able to show you. It can't be reached because it's not started yet. Just a second. Yeah, never apologize for being ignorant. There aren't really any dumb questions unless you made them on purpose to be dumb. This will eventually start. I'll show you the admin console. We could actually have some fun and screw up the cluster right now by trying to change the config even though all the machinery is not done. All right, so it's running. Here's my admin server or admin console. It's kind of rough around the edges because I was trying to say I'm not an expert. I'm still an amateur when it comes to HTML and CSS and React and JavaScript. So I haven't even styled this very much, but we can at least get the admin console and I can lower the log level and see it sending out here's the heartbeats it's sending. Basically that I meant to have it print out how many log entries it's including, but it's 0 entries. It's just saying, hey, I'm still here as a leader, but I want to be able to. Okay, it already has 13 in there because I wanted to be able to drop in a new config and hit upload. Let's see what happens if I tell it to upload now. What will it have done? Received unrecognized. All right, so the orchestrator is not set up to receive that, and looks like the I guess it's because of like my timeouts are a little too strict right now for debug mode, and so the timed out in server 11 took over as leader. Looks like server 10 crashed. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Can I see that here? No, we're still connected, but what happens if I lower the log level? Yeah, I think it's crashed. It's stuck or something. What's interesting is the orchestrator is supposed to come in and kill it if it fails to respond to a ping. Interesting. Anyway, I can connect to another server here, and it will tell me that it's the leader. But it's only talking to 12. Yeah, 10 is stuck. Okay, so it's host right now. As the short story. Anyway, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to hit that upload button and have server 4 magically added to the cluster. I wonder what 10 is doing. I hit Control C, it'll kill it. Yeah, but I guess it's still responding to ping, but just not talking to the other servers. Button to crash the user client. Yeah, I should have a big red button. Never hit this button. Actually, I'm kind of curious now what state got persisted, so I can look at that. Okay, look, there's a journal entry. So maybe the journal entries work. Maybe the journal is working. What's in the journal? A command to start reconfiguration. So the start reconfiguration got in there. Oh, we can see the new configurations there. I can look at it. Let's look at it. Type the new configuration. Okay, I think I want to open. It's not pretty printing it, so I guess I can open it here. Build orchestrator. We go to the Realm server and we look at its new config, and then I can just tell it to format it, right? Okay, so there, it received the new configuration with the new server in it. Number 13. Here's the old one. So it just got stuck after writing the new configuration. It got into the journal. I can format. Is it gonna work? I guess it does look like JSON. So if I format it if I tell it it's JSON and format it, it should work, right? JSON format. So there's the command, which is just the configuration, and we're in term 25 as a start reconfiguration command. So it got written to the journal correctly. And probably it's hosed at this point. I probably won't be able to restart the cluster. Let's see what happens if I try. Oh, no, it resumed. Interesting. So what state is it in, though? Oh, right. It doesn't replay the current one, so it's ignorant about the new config because I haven't written that yet. That's some of my corner cases. it can't recover. So it gets stuck when you try, and it doesn't retry when you start it up again. Hopefully by the end of this week, though, it should work. All right. I should probably clean that up, right? So go into here again. Delete this guy. We'll go ahead and delete the journal too. Actually, I wonder if it replicated the journal. Oh, look at that. It replicated part of the journal. So that start reconfiguration got semi-replicated. The command didn't get through, but the journal entry got replicated. So I need to delete it from both of these. Keeps changing my cursor position. So we're just resetting the game, basically. The config is the old config, right? Okay, yes. So we're all good here. Raft, we're on 26, that's fine. There's an extra, I noticed there's an extra bracket there, and I'm wondering why. That's probably a bug. Probably a bug when I wrote the file. Okay, so when I rerun the cluster now, it'll reestablish an empty journal. All the journals are empty, and we're in 27 now. And 10 is the leader, right? Yep. Okay. Anyway, that was fun. Let's close that. Restore from backup. We're fixing that, right? Wait a minute, I thought I wrote that file. I thought I wrote that test. Is it? Am I in the wrong place? I'm getting myself confused. Here we are. Okay, I thought I fixed that. Did I not? The get is not returning the right thing. Oh. Yeah, it didn't. No, it should have said it. Okay, let's see what's going on. Debug there. So, it's invalid. Backup file exists, yes, so we destroy the possibly bad file, we copy the file to the new file, and then we read it. It is a good object. Oh, that's the bug. This should be an else. Actually, they can clean this up by saying return early, and then do that. There. So the test is good, the code was bad. There we go. Wait a minute, what about the test I just added? I expected that to fail. It's not failing. Damn it, it's not failing like it should. Okay, which test was that? Fail backup restore because backup missing. Okay, no, that is good. That should have worked. This also should have worked, so that's good. It's one of these up here, right? Make configure. Yeah, this one I didn't expect to work. Oh, I didn't finish writing the test. It's supposed to delete the file after doing this. So committed configuration destroy. But it will have it can recover because it should just save the current configuration to backup when that's the case. Show you how to build system. Okay, I have a nice video for that because that's been asked before. So that's like a 30-minute video if you don't mind You don't have to watch all 30 minutes of it. You can just look at the first 5 minutes. So it shows you how I use VS Code with CMake and Google Test as just a way to get kickstarted with a test-driven development. And no one here is an idiot. We're just maybe not familiar with how to do it. And just keep in mind, this is for CMake. I use CMake quite heavily, so that might not be for you. For the simple cases, it's pretty easy. As it gets more complicated, then your CMake gets more complicated. So, for example, mine, I guess it's still okay. You just have a lot more dependencies, and you have a lot more things in your lists. Not too bad, but the syntax takes some getting used to. But yeah, so if you don't use CMake, my video might not be as applicable because you have to set up some other kind of build system. But you can maybe at least get intro to Google Test out of it. Multi-purpose video. This should fail. Every time you ask about build systems on forums, well, that's because everyone has their own favorite build system. You have your AutoMake people. You have your GNU Make purists. You have CMake. You have Scons. You have Ninja. You have Visual Studio, Xcode. There's just a bunch of them. One thing I like about CMake is it sort of tries to set itself up one level above, like on the level of AutoMake, where if you really like GNU Makefiles, you can tell CMake to make you a GNU Makefile. And then you can throw the CMake away after that. So it's maybe a little bit more diplomatic, at least to kickstart your build system of preference. And then you can just take over and manually edit it after you've made it once. Yeah, that's actually why I use VS Code and CMake, is because I switched between Windows, Linux, and Mac, and so I need something that will switch with me. So VS Code is what I switched to recently, so I don't use Visual Studio directly. Yeah. CMake is a little bit controversial, though, because of the steep learning curve and the strange syntax. Okay, so this is properly failing. So I think the fix to this is we need to check before we... Hold on, where is it? Before we do this move, we need to see if it exists. So if the old configuration file is existing, then we can move it. And if the move succeeds, then we... Well, actually, let's do it the other way around. No. I'll just keep this for now. It's just we need an else. If it doesn't exist, I suppose we're going to write the backup file out with our current config, right? So backup config file. Actually, we have a helper write this, right? Write. Oh, no, I don't. I thought I did. This. I need to refactor that. The tests do this. Write JSON to file. Let's make a function. Actually, it's a nice sibling to read, isn't it? Yes. So it'll be a sibling helper function. Yeah, I've seen a lot of open source projects move to it. Google Test uses it. LibreSSL uses it, which is why I picked that over OpenSSL. Educate you. I will do my best, sir or ma'am. I guess you're a sir because you're Phil. But also, I have the idea of making other videos. If you guys have suggestions, I would be willing to add it. So to do for coding tip ideas, either little short videos or just do this on stream. But I've been collecting a list of little tidbits of things I might make videos out of, like the pimple pattern, different kinds of APIs, how to share things with threads and callbacks, how to use condition variable, promise and future, how to defer work with queues of functions. So some of it is just my style. Other ones are more general patterns. Block-free programming, for example, that might be fun. different ways to dereference things, using weak pointer to avoid circular references. A lot of these came about because I do them already, and people in chat say, hey, what are you doing there? What's a header guard? How do you debug? Why are you using weak pointer? Why are you using auto so much? And then it comes to my mind like, you know, it'd be nice to have a little like 5-minute video I can point people to watch to explain it. So if you have any, guys have any other ideas, that'd be great. There's tons of educational material out there, so it's not like it hasn't been recorded, but I don't know, maybe people like watching me explain it. API design one. There's very little out there compared to the over-elaboration of modern C++. Yeah. So like that's a +1 for the public versus concrete APIs, or maybe just maybe just explanation about what an API is. At least in the context of C++. Because that's an interesting question. This is sort of open-ended. API can mean different things to different people. Literally, it's application programming interface. So it's how you use something in a program, or an application specifically. So it could be a class, it could be a structure, it could be a function. It could be a lot of different things. Yeah, cool. That might be one of the next things I do then, is make a video on that. Okay, so, right, I'm making a helper for write. Write the entire contents. Okay, it's backwards, so it's serialize, encode the given JSON value and write it out to the given file. Replacing, I don't want to have it say replacing its previous contents. Probably should, right? Or should I rely on it not existing? I'll just keep it like that. This is the file to write this, and the new parameter. And it occurs to me that this is modified. And that's also modified up here. We should say so. Its state is modified. We use it for opening the file. Actually, you know what? We never close it, do we? Oops. We should do a const auto value equals, and then return value. We should close the file, shouldn't we? Close, just closes, yes. Because file close is what we want to do there. What happens if we fail to open? We should check. So if it fails to open, I think we just return early. We tried our best. Otherwise we encode, we write it out. And then whether or not it write is successful, we close. Excuse me. Still have a cough. All right. Actually, this task and this test will probably be the last one I do today, because I try to keep it to 4 hours. That way I don't get too out of whack. So let's see, write the file. We're going to use that from this code down here, right? Write the file. Backup. And we're going to take it from our old configuration, which we have stored somewhere, right? Oh, maybe I didn't. Oh, no, we can ask the configuration, right? Where do we update it? Is it here? Yeah, so we're setting it. So whatever it has at this point is what we're going to call the backup. Get. Otherwise we write it, and then either way we're going to move the new one in place. I don't really want to do this. How would I clean this up? How would I have it so that's only in one place? It's the place where I don't want it to do it is this else. It's existing, but we fail to move. We fail to back it up. And what do we do if we can't back it up? That's a strange use case. Is that even possible? The old file exists, but for some reason we can't rename it. That'd be really hard to reproduce too. What do we do if that happens? I guess we just bail. Actually, yeah. Maybe we don't care if this succeeds or fails. No, because then this will probably fail. Actually, if this fails and this fails too, we're kind of screwed anyway, right? I guess we could try to delete the old file. I guess we can do that, right? So, where do we back it up? If it doesn't exist. Oh, right here. So I could do this. I could say if it fails to move, we delete the old backup. No, delete the new file. So committed configuration file destroy. And then we'll just fall through. We'll just do this always. Okay, let's see if I got this right. So delete the old backup. If we have a current file, try to back it up. If we couldn't back it up, delete it to get it out of the way. And then we'll write the new file. We'll at least want to back up the old one. Actually, so we can delete it and then we can give it one try to write it to the backup. And then now I have this duplicated. Hello there, Frost Ice Cold. And ICQ Freak, how's it going? I don't want to. This is making this more complicated than it needs to be. Am I? Let's just keep it simple. So it's like that, right? Remove the old backup. If there is an old file, try to back it up. If the backup succeeds, then move the new file in place of where it was. If the old file didn't exist, then back up from what we have in memory, and then just make just take the new file and move it into the current file's place. This will pass the test, but maybe I should have a note here. I might want to check the else case here, and also want to check if these fail. So there's 3 possible. Let's put a to-do here. 3 possible use cases, additional use cases. One is failure to rename new file to become current file. 2 is current file exists, but we can't back it up. 3 is current file does not exist and we fail to rename new file to become current file. All right, so let's wrap that. So those are the code paths explicitly when I do a void. That's the case I'm not handling, right? Because move can fail. Here's another one. And then the obviously missing else to this if are things I'm not handling yet. And they're not covered in these cases, but the one I am covering works now. And I should probably call it here for the day because I'm at 4 hours. I'm just going to run all the tests, check the code in. I'll do a recap, and I'll be hosting someone, and see you guys tomorrow. So just running all the tests here. Let's do some checking into Git, shall we? All right. So this was all about making backups of the configuration and restoring from backup. Oh, this is Git getting confused, isn't it? It's these two tests look so similar, it looks like I added it in one place. Yeah, okay, it's just confused. It's really that I added this new case. I do an extra check there. And I filled that in. I wonder why it shows it in red. Weird. Alright, anyway. Okay, cool. Stage commit. Executor. Backup. Configuration file. Keep the previous configuration around as a backup file. Restore lost or corrupted configuration file from backup. Or try to restore lost or corrupted configuration file from backup. That's as good as it is. So there's some area of improvement there. Those to-dos that I put in there. I'm going in a bit because it's been 4 hours. I'm sorry, fast, ice cold. But good news is I got my plan done for the day. Yay! My plan was maybe not too aggressive. So today I worked on setting up the state object for configuration. So the executor builds it from the from files and from a journal. So there's basically a new object here in the architecture. The executor writes to it, and the coordinator reads from it. So the coordinator no longer gets its configuration straight from a file or from a configure command. It's given an object that it will sample whenever on startup and whenever it changes. So we worked on that today. And I set up the coordinator end of getting new servers to be started and old servers to be stopped. I haven't done the orchestrator end yet because that's a bit more work. Probably do that tomorrow. And then I had to handle all the corner cases for when things don't start up in the optimal case. So that's all covered by the to-dos I have sprinkled around in the code. Mostly in the executor and coordinator. So I'll be probably if I'm done with the orchestrator changes tomorrow, I'll get to these corner cases. But I don't need these for the initial test to add and remove servers. I just need the orchestrator to start new servers, bring down old ones. So that wraps it up for stream 99. Tomorrow will be stream 100. I don't have anything special planned. It's just an arbitrary number, right? Since we count with decimal numbers. So I hope you will come back. If this has any interest, if you have any interest in what I'm doing, then I'll be on tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Pacific. And I do archive them on YouTube. There's a little catch in the affiliate agreement with Twitch. I'm not allowed to upload them to YouTube for a day. So they lag behind like by a day or 2 or 3, but I do export them all there. And you can always search through my log, like if you wanted to see me work on hash functions like SHA-256, you could see me implement that. On stream 67, you could look that up on YouTube, so that might be handy. And if you You want to know exactly when I'm going to stream? I don't know how many people care, but I have a Discord. I try to post something on the announcements channel there right before I stream. Yeah, actually I didn't even know about that cult of rig. So it was another streamer said, "Hey, did you know that there's a clause there in the fine print?" I'm like, "Oh, really? I didn't know." By the way, thanks for the follow, Phil. A show? Phil A show. Oh, you got me to say a bad word. Good one there. Clever name. Yeah, anyway. So there's a clause you can't export for a day, and some other streamer told me about that. So there you go. You got me, Phil. 1 point for you. So I'm gonna go see who I can introduce you guys to who you may not have seen before. It depends on there being a streamer I know who's going now. How about Irish John? We haven't seen him in a while. Either him or Tim Badeau. Or Baudet. Tim Baudet. Actually, I think I might have hosted Irish John last before Tim or after Tim. Let's see what Tim's doing. Okay, he's working on his game called what is it called? It's like a car racing game with rocket racing. He's playtesting it. He's a cool guy because he wrote his own game engine in C++. So I'm sure you'll enjoy watching him. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. I will set this up and then say goodbye until another day. All right, folks. Take care. I will see you tomorrow.